Oh shit. Hold on. Probably just can't have the music going on in the background. That might get me in trouble with YouTube. How's my audio? I haven't streamed in a while. I had to reinstall OBS to do this. Apparently a bunch of my settings were still saved on my computer, so I didn't have to change a whole bunch, but we'll see how fucked up it is. Usually OBS has some kind of issue. Sounds fine mostly. Is it like tinny or echoey or anything? That sounds good. Tiny bit of a scratch. Hold on. We'll see. Have my microphone a little bit closer to my face now because it is hovering between my two monitors, so we'll see if that helps a little bit. Not that I can detect, but I'm half deaf. All right, well, sure, why not? The scratch gives the audio character. I'm not a professional, so whatever. Oh, how are you guys doing? It's been a while. Wolf, Scholar of Jeb, what is your wisdom? We're going to be talking about my wisdom. I wasn't planning on doing a stream about this today, but the trailer pissed me off enough that I felt like I had to say something about it. Good afternoon, Wolf. I'm disappointed with the lack of Simpsons clips in the Chucky arc. Oh, believe me, they had plenty more they had plenty more moments where they were like, "Wolf, get this clip." And after after a certain point I was like, "No, I'm not going to do that." Although in fairness, I don't think they actually said anything outside of the there's like one that they did in the remake. I think they toned it down after a little bit. But there was a point where I was like, you know what? I'm not gonna follow that order. Oh. Have you ever watched a series called Invader Zim? A very long time ago. Uh, Jesus. I don't even know how old I was back then. I must have been a little kid. Really, really long time ago. I don't know. I don't want more Halo. Also, there's 13 minutes of gameplay out. I don't want it. Also, more Billy and Mandy clips. Fuck, there's 13 minutes of gameplay? I only saw the trailer. Shit, do we have to watch that together? Hold on. Halo. I hate. Hate that it's called Campaign Evolved. Oh shit, it is 13 minutes of gameplay. Oh dear. Okay. Okay. Well, I guess we'll stomach we'll speed through this, I think. And then we're going to play something better. Something that will make me less angry because it's a game that I actually enjoy. I had to turn down the volume though so that we can pull it up. Okay, let's see. OBS, Control 2. There we go. Okay. Okay, fine. We'll watch the fucking gameplay. I already don't like it. Why is there so why is there so much? Why was it not enough that like you just have the Pelicans sweep in and you storm the beach? Why does it have to be we have to go in with a aerial bet? Oh shit, I'm sorry. Forgot to turn down the volume. Why there has to be like an aerial assault first and then we get into like this is so much. It doesn't need to be like this. This is 343's biggest issue, and I'm not calling them Halo Studios. They're 343 Industries. There's fucking nothing different about it. Where they're always like, oh, we need to make it bigger and better and louder and more action-packed because people can't fucking have the mental what's the word I'm looking for? The fuck. Why am I blanking on this? I'm so angry already. Fuck it. We'll move on. Why the Halo 3 pissed? Whatever. Look at this. Why the... Guys, we did this in Halo 4. Yes, it's not as bad as it was in Halo 4, but we don't need this. We don't need this. I don't like it. Turn it off. You notice how the muzzle flash, like it's just like, oh, wait, hold on. 10? Is it not 60? Hold on. Let's go into the opening here. It's 32? Oh, it's making me angrier. Why does it feel like there's so little impact? I like how you can see it stuttering because UE5 is such a shit unoptimized engine. Everyone always says like, hey, actually UE5 is great, just no one knows how to use it. And it's like, you know, I don't buy it. I think it's bullshit. I think it's just a bad engine. I don't think it's any coincidence that the only game I've played that runs on UE5 that doesn't stutter and that isn't chock full of issues is Hellblade 2, a game that barely counts as a video game. A wool stream on a day I don't work? If only my brother's wedding wasn't today. Oh no. Does this mean the old streams will be made watchable or are they gone for good? We'll talk about that later. Okay, I was gonna do a stream this month. I just wasn't planning on doing none today. But we'll talk about that. Right now I need to focus on my anger. Oh! Woo! Why? Why? Why after 15 years, why? Why? Do you have to keep doing it? Stop it! Oh my god. I'm so sick of Sprint in Halo. I mean, I know it's just campaign, so it's not going to change. The main issue with Sprint in Halo is in multiplayer. But, like, the only Halo game that was able to balance Sprint in multiplayer was Halo Infinite. And the way they balanced it was by making it so slow that you may as well not even use it in the first place. At what point do you, like, admit to yourself, we don't fucking need it? If the only way to balance it out is to make it so slow that it's barely faster than just walking speed, then fucking lose it. And then there's the issue that, like, we've had 3 Doom games out, and while, you know, the latter 2 are more controversial, all 3 of them were successful, and none of them had Sprint. It bothers me that the weapon display is down here when it's, like, always been here. And the mini-map has always been down here. What the fuck did you do to the HUD? Okay, let's skip ahead.
It's on this island. I've marked the entrance with it.
I appreciate that you don't have the fucking gas canisters. Or I guess someone said they weren't gas canisters. I don't know what they were. They looked like gas canisters to me. In fucking, like, every Halo game since 343 took over has been putting, like, these little fucking gas canisters back here, and it pisses me the fuck off. Or I guess they're, like, hydrogen? I don't know. Whatever. It looked ugly, so I'm glad that they at least took that out. Is this really just like, yeah, we made the level again, but like, it's resized essentially.
The Covenant are putting up a real fight.
I can't tell if this is, I mean, it's gotta be a remastered version of the score. Can you imagine that? This is now the second time that they have. So, I mean, I guess this is technically a remake as opposed to a remaster. But this is the second time that they've remastered the score. Isn't that fucking nuts? I wonder if the. Well, I don't know. Unless they're using the CEA remaster, which was fine.
The cartographer must be here. My analysis indicates that the map room should
This just looks like Halo Infinite. Like the assets, that is.
be at the bottom floor of this facility. Let's keep going inside.
I hate the little health bar. I wish they would take it out. They've had that since Halo 5.
Don't let them lock the doors.
Okay, so they got like redone audio because that's not how Jen Taylor says it in the original version. Chief doesn't speak in this mission, I don't think. Not in the original. Maybe he does in this one. We need to get to a cutscene that shows him.
Interesting. I underestimated the Covenant's.
Oh, you can't see the Gold Elite back there now. In the original, there was like a little window where you could see him and he looked like he was fucking trolling you.
Understanding of Halo's subsystems. We need to find the security override to get this door open. Cortana to Keys.
Go ahead, Cortana. Have you found the control center?
Negative, Captain. The Covenant have impeded our progress. We can't proceed unless we can disable this installation.
Oh yeah, I gotta put waypoint markers on there to go back the exact same way. Why would you need to put a waypoint there? There's only one way to get in and out of this facility.
Security system.
Understood. We're still en route to the objective.
You can still see like the stuttering.
Here are your orders. I want you to use any means necessary to force your way into the facility and find Halo's control center. Good luck, people. Keys out.
Let's move down the beach. Keep an eye out.
Does the pistol one-shot the hunters? You're not even gonna... Come on. If the pistol doesn't one-shot the hunters, I'm gonna be... Who am I kidding? I'm not playing this. Okay. Let's... Oh! I'm gonna kill somebody. I'm gonna commit an act of terrorism. I want to die. Maybe I should go get my rum. I might need my rum. I don't think this is the whole level. Okay, I guess there's a cutscene here now. Let's see. I wonder if this is like the actual cutscene or if this is one of those trailer cutscenes where it's different in the full game. Because this was so... Why are you overlaying 2 tracks? This isn't even, like, worthy of the Halo theme right here. That's like a 7-second cutscene in the original game. Why was there an RT icon and how to indicate how to shoot the gun? Was there really? I didn't even notice that. Hold on. Oh my god, there is! What? There's an RT icon to tell you how to shoot the fucking gun. What the fuck? There's an icon to tell you how to shoot the fucking gun! There's an icon telling you how to shoot the gun in a first-person shooter. Holy mother of God. What the fuck? Oh my God, I didn't even notice that. How the fuck is there an icon telling you how to shoot the gun? Okay. Score mod. I don't want to play with score. It's not even on. What the fuck? Is it? Hold on. Yeah, I don't have Scald enabled. What the fuck? Whatever. Alright, well let's play the actual version of the silent cartographer. Oh, Jesus. I hate that. Oh, why is the music so quiet? Oh, whatever. Yeah, look at this. This is so much better. I liked being in the first-person view when you can see all the Marines in the Pelican with you.
The island has multiple structures and installations. One of them contains the map.
How about they make something else entirely new? Because they're not good at that either. They're so bad at making anything new that they're like, okay, how about we just remake a second time the game that we already remastered? Hold on. Something's gone wrong with the audio. It says it's at 100. Okay. Oop. Save settings. Okay.
There it is.
I don't like that at all. For fuck's sake. Hold on. Turn down the volume on OBS instead. I didn't like how, like, narrow the Covenant crates were either. I mean, it's not like a big deal, but all the same. It is not something I enjoy.
Area secure. All hostiles have been eliminated.
What difficulty? This is heroic. That's pretty much the only difficulty I do play on. Unless it's like one of those annoying missions in Halo 2.
You know our motto. We deliver.
I really don't like doing Gravemind. You know, off topic, but I miss when single-player games had a tacked-on multiplayer to them. Oh, sorry. Off topic, but I miss when single-player focused games had a tacked-on multiplayer to them. I can't believe that they are remaking Halo 1, and they're like, hey, what if we had it with even less content than the last time?
Okay, let's move out.
Because at least when Halo CEA came out, there was that Halo Reach map pack that you could access from the CEA disc with Reach. It was like 6 combat evolved maps within Halo Reach, and then there was that that mode where they like made the pistol have the same 3-shot to the head. It wasn't great, but it was something. Now they're just like, oh fuck it, we're not even gonna do that. And it's still probably gonna be $70.
Oh man, what a miss! How'd that feel?
It's probably gonna be $70 because they fucked up Game Pass so much. Not that Game Pass is a stupid idea in the first place. The fact that anyone thought that was sustainable is like indicative of the lack of intelligence of the people in the world. Like, wow, you say, like, if you put Call of Duty on Xbox Game Pass, you're gonna lose hundreds of millions of dollars? Who fucking knew? And so, of course, they're gonna price the shit out of the Halo 1 remake campaign to try and make up for the sales they're gonna lose to Game Pass. I shouldn't be angry about this anymore. I should be able to just let it go. It's been 13 years of watching my favorite video game get raped. You'd think at some point I'd just get over it. And man, I'm so fucking sick of Unreal Engine 5. I'm sick of it being used for every goddamn game. It doesn't... I mean, it's not that it looks bad, but it makes every game look exactly the fucking same. Now, Stalker 2 is really the only one that I've played where I felt like it was used in such a way that was fitting to the Stalker world. My main issue with it is the performance issues. But I do not want to play this game in Unreal Engine 5. Oh, shit. Hold on, am I at? I might not actually be playing on Heroic. I thought I was. I feel like I should have died there.
Covenant are putting up a real fight.
Hold on.
The cartographer must be here.
It says Heroic. What the fuck? Is Heroic just easier on Legendary?
Should be at the bottom floor of this facility.
Is Heroic easier on Legendary? God, I'm a fucking dipshit. Is Heroic easier than I remember for Halo 1? Playing CE with my brother for the first time on Christmas morning 2000 is a memory I will always cherish. My favorite Halo for sure. That's a crazy memory considering that Halo didn't come out until the next year. This original Halo looks terrible, Wolf. It needs more UE pop-in and frame drops. Ugh. No, you want to see terrible. There we go. You want to see terrible? I'll give you terrible.
Don't let them lock the doors.
Where they're like, hey, let's get the Halo Reach assets, even though it doesn't make sense to be in Halo 1. In fact, it also causes major, like, consistency issues in Halo 2 Anniversary. Yeah, see, there used to be, like, the little window where he, like, trolls you.
They've locked the doors, and we don't have enough firepower to get through them. Cortana to keys.
Remake graphics jump scare. Oh! Okay. I'll at least give it this. It doesn't... At least the remake doesn't look as shitty as this.
Understood. We're still en route to the objective.
I still don't like it, though.
Contact when we get there. Here are your orders. I want you to use any means necessary to force your way into the facility and find Halo's control center. We have to get to the center before the Covenant. Failure is not an option.
Echo 419 to ground team. I'll stay on station and keep an eye out for Covenant.
Second squad, ready to roll as soon as everybody's topside. LC looks secure, sir. Nothing moving. Good luck.
Halo 2 Remaster looks good, though. I'll concede that. I like the Halo 2 Remaster. The problem, really, is that
It looks like there is a path into the interior.
I like the consistency of going from one game to the next and having them, like, you know, either have the same kind of graphics or show, like, the, how they get better. I don't like it when, oh, suddenly, you know, one game looks way better. I don't like going Halo 1 graphics like this, then Halo 2 Anniversary, which looks really, really good, and then Halo 3, which doesn't look as good. I'd rather just play the original, especially since, like, both of the remasters more so Halo 1 than Halo 2. Like the assets aren't like 1-to-1. It's much better in Halo 2. But like I'll have to show you guys when the jackals come up ahead, but like the jackal shields, for example, are like not properly fitted in the remasters. And for people who aren't, familiar with Halo, the way you kill them is you shoot the jackal's hand, so then they stagger back, and then you can shoot them in the head when their shield isn't in the way. But in both of the remasters, it's harder to do that because the remastered graphics aren't mapped to the shields quite right. It's much worse in Halo 1, though. It's better in Halo 2. I really don't like that they used the Halo 3 model of the pistol. I mean, it doesn't look that far off from the Halo 1 model, but it just looks wrong. Oh shit. Did not realize there were two elites. Ugh. Come on now. Come on. No. Oh shit. He dead. Wah! Good to see you're well, Wolf. I'm actually setting up for a PC dedicated to video editing. If you have any part spec recommendations, I'd appreciate it. For video editing specifically, or for video editing and for gaming? Because like I can tell you what my rig is. Because I'm also not like a massive expert on PC parts by any means. I know that, so like I have the, oh shit, I think it's the AMD 5800 X3D, which, at least to my understanding, and don't quote me on this because I might be wrong, but I think the 3D models are better at rendering like 3D stuff like games and shit. I've always gone with AMD CPUs. I've always been really happy with them. My graphics card is an RTX 3080 Ti. It's a beast. It runs everything I've ever thrown at it. I could run Cyberpunk 2077 max graphics with ray tracing maxed out. Not path tracing. I think that's only on the 4000 series. But I can do that maxed out and pull off 80 frames. So like I'm not gonna need to do anything with this PC for a very long time. In terms of video editing, you'd probably get better advice if you went to, some like tech channels on YouTube, because I mean, my rig is fine for video editing. It's never had any issues. The only issues I have with video editing is that Vegas is just a shitty program. But that's a Vegas issue, not a PC issue. The remake is so dark, like, dude, it's daytime. I know, I feel like 343 doesn't understand how, like, shadows work. Do you remember how bad the shading system was in Halo 4? Yeah, the fact that you can't one-shot a hunter in the remake is like, well, what's even the fucking point? You're losing the goof factor. It was goofy doing this. Use Windows Movie Maker to edit. Honestly, maybe it would cause you fewer issues than fucking Vegas does. I wanted to use DaVinci Resolve, and I think it is a really good program. It's just bad for the kind of videos I have to make. Because that's more of like a professional, like, because I know that they use DaVinci Resolve to make movies. So like really, really professional stuff. Not really so much like the bouncy zoom shit that I have to do in EFAP movies, you know? Because like you can do that, but it's a very different process in DaVinci Resolve, so it wasn't worth making the full change because it would just take me so much longer to do like those small edits. Although DaVinci Resolve is like, from what I can tell, has way the fuck more stuff than Sony Vegas does. And runs way better, looks way better, and is also fucking free. So... UE5 worked for Liza P, Claire Obscure, that's about it. I did not know that either of those were UE5. Though granted, I've also not played Expedition 33, so I guess I would not have known that. That is true. I guess Liza P, I never finished that game, but I don't remember it running poorly. But goddamn does it run poorly for like the vast staggering majority of games I've seen it used on. Like there's that game Covenant, which looks like a first-person Dark Souls kind of game that's made by devs from Bungie, from Doom, from id, it says just Call of Duty developers, so it doesn't say Treyarch or Infinity Ward, probably a bit of both, and from Titanfall, from Respawn. And it was like, oh, cool. So like a whole bunch of people who probably like hated the way that their companies were going came together to make a new first-person shooter. And like the trailer was looking great, and then it said Unreal Engine 5. And I was like, motherfuck. Like, I'm so sick of this fucking engine. Every fucking game that uses it looks exactly the goddamn same. And it stutters like fuck. Like, I don't know. It has to be something wrong with the engine itself. If like the vast majority of games that use it from studios that are, you know, well established, like they just can't seem to get it right. I don't know. I guess I don't know how you even use gameplay engines, but it just doesn't seem right to me that like fucking 90% of games like stutter like shit on them. But even if it didn't, I still don't like that like every game looks the same now because of it. There was nothing wrong with the Blam engine until 343 fucked it up. They fucked it up so bad that we didn't have a Team Slayer playlist in a Halo game until like, what, 6 weeks after Halo Infinite came out? They didn't do it until people started sending them death threats. And shit, I'd rather than use Crytek at this point. Or CryEngine, sorry. At least CryEngine looks different. Or can look different. Jesus, can I aim my fucking gun? There we go. The Blam engine was perfect. Like, seriously, if they just kept basically everything from Halo Reach, it would have been fine. But they were like, no, we have to make it our own. And we have to fuck it up with every iteration. Until it was so bad that no one knew how to fucking use it. Halo Infinite has, like, possibly the worst UI I've ever seen in a video game. And they don't know how to make it better. Because none of the people who made the fucking engine are still around. So this whole, like, notion that, like, Unreal Engine 5 is going to make it better, it's like, no, it's not. It's not if you're gonna keep doing that whole contractor bullshit that resulted in Halo Infinite becoming the fucking disaster. It's not when you have creative heads who, like, don't seem to understand what Halo is, never did, and never will. Halo Studios is just 343 with a different name. The only reason they rebranded is because they're so bad at everything that they've spent 13 years being a fucking embarrassment to the entire gaming industry. If it weren't for that, if their name wasn't synonymous with fucking failure, where every single game that came after it was worse than the last, if that weren't the case, then they'd still be called 343. And now we're getting another Halo 1 remake. I know, again, the last one was a remaster, this one is a remake. But, like, if it's effectively the exact same game, a game we already have
Use the hollow pad to
on...
shut down the security system.
a game we already have on PC right now and on Xbox.
Good. That should open
Why-
the door that leads into the main shaft.
Why do it at all? Plus, if you're on PC, you can mod the shit out of this game. It's fucking crazy.
Mayday! Mayday! Dropship Bravo 22 taking enemy fire! Repeat, we are under heavy fire and are losing altitude!
Understood. We're on our way.
You understand that, like, PlayStation players are going to be introduced to a lackluster version of Halo 1. They're going to be given a Halo 1 that doesn't look as good. Sure, yeah, the visual fidelity is better, but the art style isn't there.
I thought you could use them.
They're going to be introduced to a Halo 1 that doesn't have multiplayer. I heard that it won't even have co-op. I don't know if that's true. Maybe I should walk that back. I don't know. I've heard rumors of it. I guess I don't know if that's absolutely going to happen. But they're getting a worse version of Halo 1 than if 343 just ported over Halo MCC to PlayStation. It has co-op? Okay. It has 4-player co-op now. Okay. Wolf, aren't you excited to play the remake of a remaster of a game you played 2 decades ago? No. At this point, like, I don't care anymore. I mean, I do care. It makes me angry watching my favorite game get raped repeatedly. Like, every few years we have to go through the humiliation ritual of seeing another studio that never understood what Halo was. Once again, remind us, like, hey guys, we're going to keep running this fucking franchise into the dirt. Oh shit. I hate it. I hate how we can't just let this goddamn series die. I've been playing this game since I was a little kid. Halo 2 came out in 2004. 2004, so I started playing the game before Halo 2 came out, because my friend had Halo 1 on his original Xbox. God. How old was I then? 7. I've been playing this game for 21 years. And half of that has been spent, no, more than half of that, has been spent watching another studio run it into the fucking ground. So I bought my girlfriend Halo MCC so that we can play it together, because I was like, hey, this is a game we can play co-op, and I can introduce her to one of my favorite games. I got like a whole fucking document written up about like the history of it. I'm gonna show her like the trailers and everything, try and give her like as as close to the experience of like getting hyped for these games as possible. I know it's not really possible to do that now, not in the capacity that that we did growing up with this. But I want to give her like something akin to that experience. And then I've already told her like, yeah, so there's actually 6 games on Halo MCC. We're only playing 5 of them, and we're not going to play anything past that. I had to explain to her like, yeah, this game's been just ruined over the past decade and a half. And it fucking sucks. It sucks like being a fan of this, wanting to have a glimmer of the feelings that I had growing up with this game. And every year it gets worse than the last. We have not had a single Halo game that has matched the content that was available to us on day one in Halo Reach. Like that, you have to understand how fucking insane that is. Halo 4 was the most quote-unquote content complete that a Halo game has been since 2010. And it wasn't even content complete. The Forge mode we got didn't have the big blank canvas map until, I think, a year after the game launched. Instead, we had those shitty pre-made maps where you couldn't actually make much of anything on them. We didn't have Firefight. Firefight has never returned to Halo in the capacity that it was. Like, yes, I know there's a firefight mode in Halo 5. Yes, I know there's a firefight mode in Halo Infinite. But they're not the same firefight. They don't have the same options. They don't have the same, like, curated maps and all that. I mean, Halo 5's firefight was just Warzone, but without the other enemy team. They have never been able to get theater mode to work. Theater mode... So, someone correct me if I'm wrong. Theater mode came out in Halo 3, and I believe that... Was theater mode there for the campaign in Halo 3? I know that there was theater mode in Halo Reach's campaign, but I'm not sure if it was in Halo 3. Does someone remember? It was in Halo 3's campaign? Okay. Would you like to guess what did not show up in 343's Halo games? We haven't had campaign theater mode since Halo Reach. And then the theater mode doesn't fucking work. Anyway. Like, Halo 4 couldn't even manage to not fuck up the guns down mode for Halo machinimas. Every time you fucking moved, your gun would come back up, which fucked up the movement. You couldn't make machinimas anymore. And then the customization had far fewer options, on top of just having a garbage-ass art style. There were way fewer game types and customization options for game types in Halo 4. Halo 4's Forge was fucked. Like, on a construction level, even after they released the blank canvas mode, there was the issues with the shading system, where it would fuck up the look of the maps and make them look all too dark. The actual Forge pieces, like, I remember people tried to make... They tried to make racetracks like you did in Halo 3 and Halo Reach, but they couldn't work because the Coliseum walls had these lips at the end of them. And so every time you got over one Coliseum wall, it would create a jump at the end of it. And it's like, how do you fuck this up? How do I make a racetrack then? And then Spartan Ops, which was supposed to be the thing that replaced Firefight, which is laughable considering that Spartan Ops was fucking awful. It fucking sucked to play. Even that didn't come out content complete because we were drip fed it like it's been so long now, I don't remember the schedule. I think it was like, so there were like 2 seasons of Spartan Ops, and I think they came out once per week, or maybe once per 2 weeks or something like that. I'm not sure. And then there was like a gap between the 2 halves of it. I think that lasted a few months before they brought Spartan Ops back. And it's like, okay, so Halo 4 didn't release content complete. Halo 5 released with even less content than that. Halo Infinite released with even less content than that. We haven't had Forge on release since Halo 4. It has been 13 years since we had Forge mode on release. And even then, Halo 4's Forge was fucking awful. Even after they made the Forge Island on Halo 4, it still wasn't good. Battlefield has Forge before Halo now? That's funny. Oh shit, did my guys die? That's okay, we can go get more. Infinite is worse than 4. I'm in the... It is so unenviable to have to be in the position of saying that, like, Halo 4 was the best 343 Halo game. Which is funny, considering that it is arguably the worst Halo game. Oh my god. Jesus Christ, fucking Ninja Jackal. Oh shit, I forgot, I gotta show you guys how the lighting doesn't... Yeah, we'll do that next time we see a Jackal. There should be some more when we go back up to the facility. Did 343 make Halo Wars 2? Kind of remember liking that one a bit. No, that's the funny thing. That was made by Creative Assembly. And then there was the 2 twin-stick shooters, Spartan Strike and Spartan Assault. I don't remember those games being particularly good, but I don't remember them being that bad either. Oh, good, this Jackal's right up here. Yeah, see, so... Yeah, in Halo 1, their guns are on the opposite side. But, like... Okay, see that? And then we switch to remastered graphics. Nope. Oh. Hold on. Am I gonna make an ass out of myself here? What am I... This is a huge issue. Yeah, the models aren't lined up quite right. Like, see that? The shield is in a different fucking position. That was a big issue with this remaster. Like, they focused purely on the visual fidelity and put, like, no effort whatsoever into making things line up correctly. Like, you could see it with this rock. See, like, this is the, how it's supposed to look. But then, you go to remastered graphics, and suddenly, there's nothing there. So it looks like you can shoot, right? No! Because there's a rock there! I found that out on, 2 Betrayals, when you have to fly the Banshee up around to the, to those 3 pylons, and you gotta, like, take down your shields to activate a teleporter. On the last one, Sentinels come out of there, and you have to shoot at them. And I was doing the speedrun strat where you, like, run past a whole bunch of the Covenant, steal a Banshee, and then fly up there. And I did that, and I was shooting at them, and I was like, why are none of my bolts hitting? Like, nothing's happening here. And then I switched to classic graphics, and there was a fucking mountain in the way. It's like, fucking really? How did you mess this up? So, like, that's the reason why it's getting another remake. Because the remaster we got sucks. But the problem is that the remake looks like it sucks too, so... It's like, fuck, man. We can never win. And the thing is we're gonna have Halo YouTubers that are gonna be like really positive about it because they never learn their lesson. It has been 13 years of failure, and for some reason they're treating this obvious 343 rebrand as though it's any different from Halo Studios. Or sorry, that it's any different from the 343 that we've had for the past decade and a half. There is nothing different about Halo Studios and 343 Industries. It is the same fucking garbage Microsoft run team. That's another thing that always irritated me. When people were like complaining like, "Oh yeah, it's not 343's fault. It's Microsoft's fault for why the games are bad." Like, first off, I don't think Microsoft mandated the shitty writing. And second, there's no difference between 343 and Microsoft. The only reason 343 exists is because Microsoft couldn't come up with another IP. So they specifically conjured up a team whose only purpose was to make more Halo games. It wasn't done because there was a team of passionate people who wanted to make more Halo. They outright admitted that they fucking hated Halo, or at least they hired people that hated Halo. Yeah, here's the cutscene at the end. Yeah, why does the remake have the Halo theme playing over this? There's no point. You use the Halo theme when you are trying to show off like the gravitas of something. This is just creepy because it's like, well, what the fuck is this place? Why is there a bottomless pit here? I want to see if I can get that jump. I might not be able to. I've never been good at speedrunning, but I just want to try. Oh shit! Fuck yeah, I did it. You know, if I didn't have that overshield on, I probably would have died there, actually. Okay. No, this is the one with the, Oh, you know what? I didn't even do it quite right, because you're supposed to bounce off that one corner and then get to the edge. Oh, well. There's a lot of cool speedrunning tricks you can do in this game. If you guys want to see a really funny video, there's a YouTuber called the Frogger Christ. And he made a video about this guy who, like, famously did, like, the worst speedrun in possibly speedrunning history, not just Halo history. And he like totally bullshit his credentials for being a good speedrunner, because back then there was no way to like really check on that kind of stuff. So he essentially just like said like, yeah, I'm one of the top speedrunners ever. And people just believed him because it was based on the honor system back then. And then he did like a public event where he was trying to show off like his speedrunning skills. Cody Miller, yeah, that's the gay. The gay. That is the gay. That's the guy. And it took him over was it 4 hours or was it 5 hours? Hold on. Let me see. Cody Miller Halo speedrun. Okay, how long was it? Because I know it was something ridiculous. Like, even I could do it, and I fucking suck at speedrunning. Okay, it was 3 hours, 17 minutes, and 50... Oh, no, wait, that's what he was claiming. What did he actually... Okay, no. It was over 4 hours to complete the game, and he lowered the difficulty on, like, the second level to heroic, and then lowered it again, like, 2 levels later to normal. And it still took him 4 hours to complete.
Analyzing. Halo's control center is located there. That structure appears to be some sort of temple or shrine, if I've interpreted this correctly.
He did splicing for all of his posted runs. Yeah, that makes sense.
Cortana to Captain Keyes. The captain has dropped out of contact, Cortana. His ship may be out of range or having equipment problems.
Keep trying. Let me know when you've re-established contact, and then tell him that the Master Chief and I have determined the location of the control center. We'll be heading there as soon as we're topside.
Affirmative. Foehammer out.
Nope, wrong way. What a stupid thing to lie about. It was... So, it's already bad enough that he lied about it. It's even worse that he knew he was lying about it and then decided to do a public live stream event in front of people, not only online, but there were people at the event sitting next to him on the couch. And, like, they all slowly realized, like, oh shit, this guy... this guy's full of shit. Like, dude, why would you, like... Well, it's already bad enough that you lied about it. But then you actually went ahead and did the event? What a stupid thing to do. You know they're not gonna have this sick-ass guitar in the fucking remake. You know, I miss that. Remember when Halo used to put guitar in the soundtrack? Fucking good. But yeah, if you want to see it, I wouldn't suggest watching the whole thing because it's like 4 hours of pain, really. But the YouTuber Frogger Christ, am I saying that right, or is it Frogger? I don't know. Just type in Cody Miller Halo Frog, and that'll pull up the guy. He made a really concise, really funny video about it. Remember Breaking Benjamin? Yeah. That's how I found out about that band. Which is funny, because I wouldn't really consider myself much of a fan of it anymore. Yeah, so what... Oh, okay, so, like, what I was supposed to do was hit this, which I did do, but then you're supposed to drop down there, and I think... Oh, I think you get an overshield, maybe? I don't know. I know I've done it before, after, like, 16 quintillion fails. Nothing's as bad as, trying to jump off that mountain in Assault on the Control Room, though. You know, you can tell that the levels in this game are designed fucking phenomenally when you can remember the names of all the levels. Oh, no, that sucked. I can't remember the names of, like, any of the levels in the 343 games. I think the only one that I do remember is Midnight from Halo 4, and I remember it because it sucked to play. Oh shit. They're all just waiting for me like, hello. Only level I remember is from Call of Duty No Russian. Okay, I'll give more credit to Call of Duty than that. Of Their Own Accord was, like, really fucking good. Oh, shit. Oh, shit! Might die here. Ah, shit. Taken out by a jackal. The only one I'll give Halo 4 is that Pelican mission. Nah, that one sucked. The Gilly in the Mist was a good one. Gilly in the Mist? You mean all gillied up? Unless that's from a new Call of Duty that I haven't played. Saying Gilly in the Mist makes me think of that Unleash the Archers song, Ghost in the Mist. But with a very different... different story going on there. Yeah, that one been a while. Fair enough. Yeah, no, All Gillied Up was a great one. The one that I've always gone back to, though, is Of Their Own Accord from Modern Warfare 2. That was a fucking awesome mission. Like, the design wasn't, like, great. It wasn't even, like, the best level in that game. It was just the novelty of, like, you wake up in that bunker, and then you walk outside and you see Washington, D.C. on fire. Like, oh, that's some good shit. And then Hans Zimmer's score during that point when you see, like, the Washington Monument being bombed and all that, like, sure, the plot of Modern Warfare 2, like, when you actually think about it, it doesn't make much sense, but God, I love that game. What is even Black Ops 7? Dude, I saw the trailer for that, and I was like, no. Like, you're making a sequel to Black Ops 2? Like, fuck, when did that game come out? Was that 2012? 10 was Black Ops... Yeah, so it must have been 2012. It took you 13 years to make a sequel to Black Ops 2? I don't even like Black Ops 2. I think it's very overrated. I noticed that many of your live streams, including the Lord of the Rings one, were deleted or unlisted, and the highlight about your Halo rant is gone. Yeah, we'll get to that. I was going to talk about that either way. Originally, I wasn't going to do a stream today. I was going to wait until Halloween. But I watched that fucking trailer about the Halo remake, and I became very, very upset. And I needed to rant about it. I had to reinstall OBS because I haven't had it on my computer since May? That is true. The Gollum streams are still up on the channel. There's a separate playlist. They're unlisted, so it's not clogging things up, but if you go to the playlist tab, there's like a Lord of the Rings playlist there. Oh, shit. I remember playing this game in front of my parents for the first time, and when they heard the grunts, they thought that I was shooting children, and they were like, "What kind of game is this?" And then I had to show them, like, "No, they're aliens. It's just supposed to be funny. It's not. They're not actually killing kids." But my parents were always, like, kind of stupid on that. My mom would listen to, like, Glenn Beck or whatever the fuck and be like, oh, video games are turning you violent. And it's like, no, video games are the thing that's preventing me from becoming violent. I think that's why a lot of people refer to Doom as, like, an anger management simulator. Did they actually do a reveal? They did. It's not good.
Cortana to Echo 419. The Chief and I are topside, requesting pickup.
Roger. On my way.
Oh, oh. Okay, hold on. I believe that's it. Oh no, you all died. So sad.
Let's get moving. Bowhammer, here are coordinates and a flight plan I've worked up.
Cortana, these coordinates are underground.
The Covenant did a thorough seismic scan, and my analysis shows that Halo is honeycombed with deep tunnels, which circle the whole ring.
I hope your analysis is on real money, Cortana. This Pelican won't turn on a dime.
Look on the bright side, Bowhammer. The last thing the Covenant will expect is an aerial insertion from underground.
There we go. You see, this is how you actually do assault on the... Or, no, this isn't assault on the control room. This is the silent cartographer. Yeah, I don't like the reveal. I didn't think I was gonna like it going in either. But like, I don't know, man. I'm so sick of it. I'm sick of watching Halo get destroyed over and over and over again. And I know people will like look at that, then look at me saying like, "Oh, it's destroyed because there's a remake." And they'll think like, "Oh, he's just overreacting. Nothing's been destroyed. It's all just, whatever." But the problem is that like, first off, we already have Halo 1 preserved very, very well on MCC. We already have a remaster of it. It wasn't a good remaster, to be fair. But, like, why are we remastering Halo 1 at all? And then on top of that, we're doing it with less content? Why? Why are you remaking Halo 1 and then not doing anything with the multiplayer component of it? I know Halo 1's multiplayer wasn't very good, like, in terms of, like, any competitive aspect to it, because a lot of those maps were not good. But, in terms of, like, just fucking around and, like, what's that teleporter map where, like, every single room, it's just, like, 20 rooms connected by a bunch of teleporters? It's crazy, it's shit, it's bad, but it's so much fucking fun. It's just Chiron, that's the one. And then, of course, there's Blood Gulch. I mean, that was in Halo 1, 2, and Reach. It's just... because it's not going to be as good. It's going to be, at best, a completely serviceable, like, hey guys, look at this. We safely remade Halo 1 and it was okay. But I didn't want a Halo 1 remake. Oh, Rat Race? Is that what it was? I don't know. I'm not very familiar with Halo 1's maps, to be honest. Like, oh yeah, we have 4-player co-op now. It's like, all right, is it split screen or are you still not able to do that? And even if you do have split screen, it's like, why would I play that over just playing Halo 1 again, though? Are you going to be like the Resident Evil games and you're going to remake every single one and they're all going to be basically just marginally worse versions of the original? Not to say that that's reflective of what the Resident Evil remakes are, but like in terms of Halo Studios 343, like we know that's what it's going to be. These people have never released an even passably okay game. Never once have they released a game that people actually enjoyed. And then there's the other thing. The stuff going on in the background. There was an artist who recently left Halo Studios who's been working on Halo since ODST. So he's one of the OGs, basically. and he left this very cryptic message about essentially he must be under NDA and can't actually talk about it, but like it seems from what he said and from what other people who have left has said that like the culture of Halo Studios is just as bad, if not worse, than 343. We've already got reports that like Microsoft is forcing AI into all of the creative components of the game. So probably just like AI asset flips from like Halo Infinite. I mean, looks like it looked like the assault rifle from the fucked up looking assault rifle from Halo Infinite with that. Like there was in multiplayer you could get like a quote unquote Halo 1 assault rifle or a classic looking assault rifle, and it was just kind of fucked up looking. And it looks like they just made like a slightly cleaned up version of that for the Halo 1 remake. It's just, it doesn't look good. I've heard reports from people who have left where they said that like no one on the team likes what they're making. It's like, fuck me, dude. Really? Remember when Bungie was just like a group of guys who were like, let's make a party game, and then it turned into like one of the most revolutionary shooters in the history of video games? Not even just one of the most revolutionary shooters, like one of the most revolutionary games. Like, you know that like the cinematic storytelling in Halo 1 was like kind of novel for the time? It wasn't the first one to do it, but it certainly was one of the first to popularize it. There's mechanics in Halo 1 that didn't like that are used in every single shooter nowadays. Because before Halo, shooters weren't good on console. And this is yet again just like, all right, let's make Halo 1 again, and we'll use a really shitty engine that fucks things up all the time. And we're also going to sell it to you with less content than the remaster we sold to you a decade ago. Oh, more than a decade ago. It's been 14 years since Halo CEA came out. And so, yeah, I'm upset about it. I'm upset because it just keeps on happening. We never managed to get any point where this team seems to know what the fuck they're doing. There is not a cohesive story between Halo 4 and Halo Infinite at all. Halo 5 retcons Halo 4. Halo Infinite retcons Halo 5 and Halo Wars 2. And frankly, bits of Halo 4 as well. It was like the worst storytelling I have seen possibly in any shooter outside of like Rogue Warrior. And that's like an insanely bad video game. This is going to be the first time ever that I don't buy a Halo game. And that's a weird thing for me to say. Because I've bought every single Halo game ever. I bought the twin stick shooters. I bought the Halo Wars games. I bought the spin-offs. I've bought the main games. And now I'm like, I'm not a fan anymore, you know? It's the same thing with Star Wars, where it's like, if I say like I like Halo, it has to come with an asterisk bigger than that sentence. Where I have to say I like Halo asterisk at least before Bungie left. And it sucks. Waited for like an hour and a half to see the reveal of that fucking gameplay, and it's like, all right, well, we have to have an icon on the screen to tell you how to shoot the fucking gun. I mean, shit, that's not even something that the other Halo games, not even the other 343 Halo games had. replacing the place that you put all of the icons on screen. It's frustrating. And then they're doing the same thing they always do, where it's like, hey, that aerial insertion that looked really cool in Halo 1, where you were first person viewing it and you could look around the inside of the Pelican, you could see the Marines you were about to drop off with. That wasn't good enough. Now we need to have a cutscene where the Pelicans are fighting spirits and like shooting the ships and blowing things up, because it wasn't cool enough. We need to make it cooler. We need to make it better. And it's never cooler. It's never better. It's the same shit they did. They've been doing it since Halo 4. Since literally the first level of Halo 4, where we're seeing like giant Covenant battle cruisers just get obliterated by fucking falling rubble. Remember when Halo Reach came out and we had that mission Long Night of Solace, and it was like an insane, extremely difficult aerial insertion into one of the small Covenant battle cruisers. A specific Covenant battlecruiser, which has also never shown up ever again after Halo Reach, I should add. And you had... You lost a frigate. It was like a major plot point in that mission where you are trying to stop the cannons from firing, but there's nothing you can do to stop them from blowing it up. You lose hundreds of men doing that. All just to capture one tiny ship, to put a slip space bomb on it, to secretly get it over to a Covenant battlecruiser to knock it out. Like, it was a long, tedious, difficult process to do that one thing. And then 343's like, lol, here's some rubble, watch it blow up multiple battleships. And then it gets worse in Spartan Ops, because I remember it was the first cutscene of that first set of like 5 missions, where the Infinity like warps in to Requiem, and it just like plows through a Covenant battleship, and then it's like launching frigates from its own hangars, and it's like, this is so stupid. This is so... like, look how cool and epic we are. No respect whatsoever for, like, the size and scale and firepower and strength of these massive ships. I think there's, like, 3 or 4 instances in Spartan Ops outside of that cutscene where you just launch missiles or some shit at Covenant battleships and blow them up like it's nothing. And that's how 343's treated the Covenant forever. They treat them as though it's just like, not even just the Covenant, because Halo Infinite has this the same problem in reverse. Because Halo Infinite's first cutscene is like, hey, remember everything we showed you about the Infinity? Well, here's these giant brute ships that, unless you played Halo Wars 2, you wouldn't even know about. And they just literally plow through the Infinity and knock the whole fucking thing out off screen. There's just no respect for any of it. It's always the least subtle, most explosive, trying to be a super cool Marvel tier action shot that you've ever seen. And it's just bad. It's never good. And I'm so sick of it. I'm sick of the fact that, like, they just can't grasp what Halo is. I mean, you could see that from, like, the Halo 4 and 5 soundtracks, which isn't to say that the soundtracks are on their own bad. There are a lot of tracks from both those soundtracks that I had, divorced from the games that they're a part of, do really like. Like Green and Blue, 117, Haven, Requiem. God, there's another one. I want to say it starts with an R, but I'm completely blanking on what it is. There's good tracks in there. But it's not good for Halo. Like, there's something, like, really subdued and kind of calm about a lot of the music from these games. Especially in Halo 1. Or shit, in Halo 2, there's, oh god, what's the name of the song? I'm gonna break my brain if I can't think of it. It's the one that's like, dun 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 dun, Dun 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 dun. You know the one? It plays on Delta Halo. I'm totally blanking on what it's called. Someone's got to know. In the meantime, I'm looking it up. Let's see, Halo 2. Is it Peril? I don't think so. Oh, is it Peril? Hold on. Yep, it's Peril. It's like you hear that and you wouldn't think like, oh, sci-fi space opera shooting aliens and shit. But that's it sets a tone that makes Halo so unique compared to all of its contemporaries. And there has been nothing from the 343 era that has matched that kind of tone. The closest they came was Halo Infinite, where they had like 4 different composers just copy off of Marty O'Donnell and Michael Salvatore's works. Marty's exact goal was feeling of epic, mysterious, and ancient, and he nails it. Whereas Halo 4 and 5 are like, hey, remember what Marvel did? What if we did the same thing? 117 and Mantis get really close, IMO. 117, yes. I like 117 a lot. That's a good track. Mantis, is that the one that goes like dun 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 dun? Is that the one, or am I thinking of a different one? I do like that track, but I don't feel like there's enough of like the calm kind of like almost chill tracks. Oh, that's the one. Okay. And the best we're going to get with this Halo 1 remake is like, all right, here's Halo 1 again. It's not as fun. The graphics are really pretty, but it's probably going to stutter like shit. Here's the music. It's just a remastered version of the music you've already listened to, that you can already listen to if you just buy MCC. And I think it's like really, really stupid to think that it's going to sell enough on PS5 that people will give a shit. I don't know why they didn't just port MCC to PS5, honestly. It's got more content and it's better. Yeah, not happy about it, not thrilled. And I'm not gonna play it because I'm done with wasting my time on games that I know I'm not going to like. I wonder what parts are AI generated. I'm not sure. They were kind of vague about it. I wouldn't be shocked if there's like AI enhanced music, or if they had AI do like asset flips, because a lot of those assets looked like they were just plucked out of Halo Infinite. ODST is the best soundtrack, fight me. I really love ODST soundtrack. I don't know if I love it as much as Halo Reach. Those two, I think, have the best soundtrack. Well, Halo 3 has a really good one, too. I'm not sure. Marty's just a... Marty and Mike, they're both, like, really, really good. Okay, let's see. How did I... James, how do you fucking look at the, How do you look at Super Chats? I forgot. Where's this at? No. Also, did you change your name? Sly Cooper Jr.? Well, I know the moderation, but no, that's not it. Fan funding. Where's that at? Ah, okay, there it is. All right. We'll get to some super chats because I have not been keeping up with these. One thing that always confused me about Halo 2 is why we never really fought the humans as the Arbiter in the campaign. Ah. Well, part of that, I wonder, because Halo 2 had a really fucked up development, and I don't know, maybe there were missions that were originally planned like that, but they ended up not doing it. But it also just might not have been like the direction they wanted to take. Will this be uploaded later or at least unlisted? Probably unlisted. The fact you just struggled to determine which game had the best soundtrack from the Bungie games says a lot. 343 only has like a select few from Halo 4. There's a select few from Halo 5 as well. It's not as, not as good or unique because like the composer for Halo 5 like used like basically only string instruments. But yeah, I mean it's not as good as the originals. I know I sound like I'm beating a dead horse every time I say it, but it's not. I watched Black Sails because of you. It quickly became my favorite show, one of my favorite shows. Absolutely loved Jack Rackham, also amazing title theme. That's awesome. I love that show as well. Jack Rackham is, I think he's my favorite, or my second favorite. My first is Captain Flint. God, I love that fucking show. I've watched that like 4 times now. Watched it with the friend who introduced it to me. Watched it again on my own after that. Watched it with Theo and Mark after that, and then watched it with my girlfriend after that. Really, really good show if you guys haven't seen it. MCC Halo 1 is based on the Gearbox PC port, which is missing music, sound effects, and audio timing that was in the Xbox version. It's not perfect. Well, I think they patched a lot of that stuff back in, because like there were things like the shields didn't look right, the HUD wasn't fixed. There's a lot of missing textures and stuff. I think they actually did fix that. It might not be 1-to-1, but it's like as close as you can get. If you had to choose a torture method, would you replay Lord of Ring, replay Halo 4, replay Halo 5, replay Halo Infinite, or watch James Gunn's Superman 10 times? Well, I didn't watch Superman, so I don't know how much I would hate that compared to the others. God, I don't want to play Gollum ever again. That was painful. I'd replay Halo 5 because it's the shortest one. If you haven't seen Narrative Arcade's breakdown of what it would take to make a good Halo screen adaptation, I highly recommend it. All right. Would the villain of a hypothetical Lord of Ring 2 try to lock or unlock balls? And would Gollum become Lord of Ring, or did he already become that? Yes. I say yes to all of that. I noticed that many of your right, we'll get to that in a sec. Us Halo Star Wars kids have had a very rough time. Yes, we have. It's been very upsetting. I think everyone that has wanted to play Wonder Reach has done so already. Why would I pay full price for a remake when I can get MCC for $40? Yeah, seriously. Or even less than that. I got MCC for my girlfriend on a Steam sale. It was $20 for all of the games. Just do that. Did the game manage to master John Halo's cheeks? I don't want to know the answer to that. This original Halo looks terrible, Wolf. It needs more UE5 popping and frame drops. All the atmosphere from 343's Guilty Spark is probably gone with the remaster graphics. Oh, yeah. Yeah. About time you came back. Good to hear from you. What you been reading lately? What have I been reading lately? Oh, I've been reading Frankenstein. I'm gonna be seeing that movie, the Del Toro one, probably Sunday. I'm interested in it. Frankenstein is a tough read. It's a fun one. It's a good one, but man, it's crazy the language in there. Like I keep having to go back and be like, okay, let me reread that section just to like make sure I understood it quite right. But I'm really, really liking it. I'm like a little over halfway through. Once the actual monster comes into the story. And like when he sees it move for the first time and he's like immediately repulsed by it, or when he goes to like the funeral of, what was it, his sister or something? No, not his sister. His sister's still alive. When he goes to the funeral and then he like sees the monster just kind of lurking there in the shadows, it's like, oh, I like that. But there's so little dialogue and the prose is very, very flowery and descriptive. So, and you know, it's from the early 1800s, so some of the language in there is a little bit archaic, but it's nice. I'm enjoying it. Before that, what did I read before that? That's a good question. Jesus, I don't remember what it was. Must not have been that good. Oh, you know what? I remember one now. I was rereading Dune. Because I had my girlfriend go through it, and she was like, "We should reread it or we should read it together." And I was like, "All right, sure, why not?" Then I showed her the movie or movies. I also picked up a book the other day. I think it's called The Gales of November. It's a book about the Edmund Fitzgerald. I'm interested in reading that, especially since it's almost the 50th anniversary since that ship went down. I picked up a few nonfiction books, and they're all about ships. There's one that is about the Shackleton expedition. I think it's just called Endurance. I haven't read it yet, but I'm eager to. And then there's another one. I'm totally blanking on the name of it. It was written by the guy who wrote the Killers of the Flower Moon book, and it's kind of written like a true crime documentary almost. And the idea is like there's this ship that was marooned somewhere, and two halves of the crew kind of split off in different directions to find civilization, and both of them had like completely different stories about what happened. And it's kind of like The Wager. Yeah, that's the one. And the idea is that like it's presenting all the facts of like, here's what this person said, here's what we actually know happened. And the rest of it's kind of like, all right, kind of got to make up your mind on who might be full of shit or not. Been getting into boats. Boats are fun, except for when they sink. It's not very fun. Read Morbius Blood Ties. It's garbage. Is there actually a Morbius book? Or is that a comic? Might be. Finish the Age of Madness trilogy. I'm not longer the same person I was. Oh, I am no longer the same person I was. What a series. Gonna read The Devil's Next. Can't wait for more Abercrombie. Thanks for the book recommendations. Sure thing. It's funny because I don't think I recommended Age of Madness. Although that is just kind of like the sequel series to First Law. I want to reread Age of Madness because like I liked the ending of the third book, but I feel like I didn't like grasp a lot of the things that he was going for on those last three. I love the First Law. Best Served Cold is just straight up one of my favorite fantasy books. The Heroes I think is good, but I didn't connect to it in the same way that I did the others. And Red Country isn't very good, but I enjoyed it. It's a book, a novel, and it's garbage. Why would they make a Morbius novel? Whatever. I did watch the Morbius movie. It's just as terrible as you'd think it would be. But it was very, very funny. The part where Matt Smith is dancing to a song that just keeps telling him to have sex while hissing at himself in the mirror is like comedy gold. Holy shit, what a terrible fucking movie. I don't even remember what happens for most of that film. Hi, Wolferson. Thank you for all the excellent book and music recommendations. The Dresden Files is easily my favorite series of all time now, though that second book is rough on rereads. Yeah. The only thing that's keeping Red Rising from being my favorite book series is that I love the Dresden Files just a tiny bit more. I adore those books. But yeah, Full Moon is definitely like the weakest book ever in that series. It's not even close. And I would actually recommend reading the comic version of it because it cuts a lot of the fat and makes it a bit easier to read. The comics of Stormfront and Full Moon are pretty solid. There's also a bunch of other side comics. All of them except for, I think it's Dog Days or something. Hold on, let me double check. Dresden Files, Dog. Or is it Dog Men? Dog Men. Yeah. Read the comics, but skip Dog Men. It's the only one, from what I can tell, that had nothing to do with Jim Butcher, and it shows. It's really, really bad. It kind of character assassinates Injun Joe and Dresden himself, for that matter. It's a bad fucking comic, but the other ones are good. I really like them a lot. 12 months in January. I know, I already pre-ordered the audiobook. I'm excited. I wanted to get through all the rest of the books beforehand, but I just didn't have the time. But oh well, I mostly remember what happened. Red Rising Dark Age is so good, man. Holy shit. Yeah. No, I fucking love that book. It's one of my favorite sci-fi books ever. Lightbringer is really good too, if you haven't read that yet. I don't think it's quite as good, but like when you're going up against perfection, it's tough to go. But I love the character stuff that Lightbringer does. Someone should show Wolf Mahler's drunk Game of Thrones rant. I've heard tell of it. I think didn't Joe Danger make a supercut of that drunk stream? I think I watched that. Or at least I watched bits of it. I saw the part where Mahler like went off screen and like threw up. I actually preferred Lightbringer since it was more focused. I don't know if I would say that Dark Age wasn't focused. I liked Lightbringer for its character arcs, because like I would argue that might be the best book in the entire series for character. And I like that it kind of like, because Dark Age is a really big sweeping space opera war, and Lightbringer is a bit tighter, is what I would say about it. It's hard for me to choose which one I prefer more, because I love them both. I think they're both excellent books. How's the health? Not great. So, back in my freshman year of high school, literally half my life ago, it's crazy. Well, actually, just shy of half my life ago. I was 15 when it happened. I was a cross country kid, and I was also doing track, and I ruptured a tendon in my right foot, and I had to go to 4 months of physical therapy before I was able to run again. It was really, really bad. I straight up couldn't walk on it at all. And every once in a while, that same injury flares back up again. Like if I'm on a walk or something and I like land on my foot kind of weird, or if I like twist it in a way that's like unnatural, it'll be like, oh shit. It won't happen immediately, but like I'll be able to point to something that happened, and then I'll have a flare up. It'll last for like 3 days, and I'll just basically have my foot stuck in an ice bucket that entire time. And then it subsides and goes away and it's fine. This time it was a lot worse. This time, instead of my foot, I think the reason I bring up my foot being relevant here is because I think it was like a part of that, but this time it was in my leg. So if you feel on the outer side of your right leg, like just underneath the knee, there's like, you can feel under the skin, there's like a muscle or a tendon or a ligament or whatever the hell that is. I'm not nearly educated enough on the inner workings of the human body to tell which one it is. But you can feel it poking out just a little bit underneath the skin behind your knee on the outside of your leg. That hurt like a motherfucker. It was burning like crazy. Anytime I tried to bend the knee, it felt like I was being stabbed. Anytime I tried to straighten the leg, it felt like I was being stabbed. Right now, I cannot hyperextend the leg at all. I can't squat at all. And so I was like I wasn't able to leave my apartment basically. I've just been stuck in here for the most part for days. It has gotten better because I've been icing it, I've been lifting it, I've been heating it, and I've been taking ibuprofen constantly. But it's been bad, and it's still not good right now. Like currently I can walk again. And I'll be able to go back to the shop tomorrow. I've had to call out every day for the past 2 weeks because of this. But as if that wasn't worse, because I was favoring my other leg so much, when this finally started to get better, a little better anyway, my left foot got fucked up because I was favoring it so much. So I couldn't put any pressure on my left foot at all, nor could I put any pressure on my right leg at all. Do you have any fucking idea how hard it is to clean out my cat's litter box when I have to somehow stick out my right leg all the way out because I can't bend it quite right, and also hold on to the wall and like slowly lower myself down to my knees to get to the point where I can clean out the litter box. Then I have to hug the wall and drag myself back up slowly, making sure I'm not putting too much pressure on either one of my legs so that it doesn't like flare up my foot or flare up my fucking knee. There were points where it was so fucking painful, like I was about to cry. It was so shit. I hated it. It was fucking terrible. I went into the doctor's today. Finally had the money for it. $133 fucking doctor's visit. You know, better than the urgent care. They were going to charge me $255. Fucking ridiculous. And then yeah, they basically said like, yeah, we'd like to do some imagery. And it's like, I don't have insurance. I can't do imagery. And they're like, all right, well, maybe you should do some physical therapy. And it's like, I don't have insurance. I can't afford physical therapy. And they're like, all right, well, keep icing it and do some stretches and hope for the best. So, yeah. It's not been great. It is better now. I mean, I went from like literally not being able to walk around quite right or being able to bend at all to now I can walk, just, you know, bit slowly. What a useful appointment. I know. Well, to be honest, I didn't really need to go to the doctor because it's like I already knew what was wrong generally. I already knew that it was getting better generally. The only reason I had to go to the doctor is because my boss texted me and he was like, if I don't get a doctor's note, then I'm going to have to terminate your employment. So I was like, all right, I'll spend $133 to get a piece of paper telling you about the thing I've already told you about. Sure, why not? But yeah. America, yeah. Well, I've been trying to console myself about that by saying like, all right, well, because when I looked like to get comparable insurance to what the shop was gonna give me, would cost me like almost $500 a month. And I guess it's better to have spent $133 today than to have spent $500 every month for the past year so that I could have a $40 office visit. So it's like, all right, well, silver lining, I guess. It's that. There is that. Super excited for Dresden Files 12 months, but in Peace Talks and Battleground, what happened to Bonnie? I've listened to the books twice. Was Bonnie the talking skull? The other one other than Bob? I think so. I'm assuming he just, or she just went with Dresden's daughter. It's been a few years since I've listened to it, so I'm not really remembering it off the top of my head. Here's some money. Hope it helps. Thank you, Wickerman. Perhaps God wanted you to transition into a mermaid. I wouldn't appreciate that. I'm quite fond of my girlfriend, so you know. I don't want to be stuck in the water, not being able to go back to her. Although, if he wants to make her into a mermaid too, I guess that can be a good compromise. We need to make Wolf watch Shelby Oaks. I already did. I watched it last night. Yeah, I guess I can give a Shelby Oaks review. Not as bad as I expected it to be. The writing is not good. Definitely not good. The directing was actually kind of solid. Um, so here's the thing. There's like weird choices he makes in that movie. The first like 20 minutes of the film is like a true crime documentary with some like found footage stuff. And I was kind of liking it. And then suddenly, kind of out of nowhere, it like transitions into, you know, just regular filmmaking. And then it has like the title card, like whatever I think it was like Blumhouse presents, and then it has like the names flash on. And I was like, oh, that was a 20-minute prologue? Okay. I don't feel like that's one of the things. There's a few instances in the movie where it's like, Chris, you could have trimmed this down significantly. You did not need a 20-minute prologue. And that's the thing. It wasn't that the prologue was badly made. Because again, there's actually like solid directing on Chris's part. I was surprised at how good the movie looked. And he does seem to, like, he uses shadows really well. He builds tension pretty well. It's just like there's weird decisions here and there where it's like you could have trimmed this. Like there's a scene where main girl is watching like this found footage bit, and it goes on for like 7 minutes, and it's like, Chris, you should have made this like 2 minutes. It didn't need to be that long. It's not like it's badly done. It's just it's way longer than it needs to be. The second half of the movie totally shits the bed, though. Like, the story is bad. It's not, like, insultingly bad. And it's not, like... I'm trying to relate it to what other bad thing would be out there. But it's, like... It's kind of just, like, bog standard horror movie bad, where it's, like, you watch it, and it's like, oh, okay, so the main character's dumb, is what I have to go with here. Because, like, there's a point where she's like, okay, I am convinced my little sister has been taken by a demon, and I am currently seeing hellhounds, like, around my house. How about I, right now, go to an abandoned town where I think the demon took my sister in the middle of the night to explore an abandoned prison? And it's like, why couldn't you do this in the morning? There's no reason why you couldn't do this in the morning. There's no reason why you couldn't have brought your fucking husband with you. Or a friend at all. Anyone. My apologies. He tried to justify this by there being tension in the marriage and, like, the husband, like, possibly going to leave her because he thinks that she's going crazy. But, like, surely if she said, I'm going to go to this abandoned town, you can come with me or not, should have been like, all right, I'll come with you just to make sure you don't get yourself killed or something. But he doesn't do that. So she goes to this prison, and there's like a couple... I mean, so, first off, the prison was the same place that they filmed Shawshank, funnily enough, so that's kind of neat. But there's like some good tension in there. There's a point where she goes in a prison cell, and he uses darkness really, really well, and I think that's why he had her go out in the middle of the night, because he really wanted it to be dark and spooky, but it's like... But it doesn't make any sense for the character to do this. Does she bring a weapon? No. She goes unarmed with no one to help her. And she tells no one where she is. Not until, like, way the fuck later, when she frankly should have said it in the first place. Or, yeah, told someone in the first place. And she escapes this prison after being I shouldn't use that word. After being scared off by a hellhound, and then she sees the demon arm come out of the fucking cell. She gets out, she gets in her truck, and she drives away. Instead of driving back to her house like any normal person would, she's like, I will just go to a different part of the abandoned town that I now know for certain there are hellhounds and a demon in. And then she it's very, very dumb. It's very badly written. The ending is super fucking funny. So she goes, so she finds her sister in this like little house, and it's like, so like this house was easy to find. Like the cops eventually get there at the end of the movie. So it's like, so the cops never questioned this house when her sister went missing 12 years ago. Like, okay, whatever. And then she finds her sister, and there's like there was this guy who took her and was like raping her, and like she was having like his rape babies, and they were like being buried for some like demon ritual or something. I don't know. And she's like trying to obviously kill the baby because of whatever the fucking demon ritual was. And then like old lady bitch, she like is feeding the baby her blood, and then the demon is there, and she like uses the force to like prevent them from getting over there. And she just does the thing. She does whatever the ritual was. The movie does not explore what was even happening there. And then main girl's like, huh, so this old lady just fed this child blood, and I just saw a demon like literally levitate us and prevent us from stopping whatever she was doing. Clearly, the baby is okay. Let's bring it home. And then they do, and she's like, I'm so glad I found my sister. And then the sister, who knows whatever the demon thing is gonna happen with the baby, she tries to smother the baby in the crib, and then the main lady's like, no, don't do that, and she accidentally pushes her sister out the window, and then her sister gets eaten by hellhounds. And it's like, oh my god, that is so fucking funny. You spent the entire movie trying to find this bitch, and then you accidentally kill her because she's trying to stop a demon baby from like becoming whatever was happening in that movie. And then it tries to do a twist ending where it's like, oh, the demon was looking for main lady the whole time, even though it doesn't really make any sense. It was not a good story. I think the first half of the movie is the best part of it, and then like it totally collapses in the second half. It's very, very bad. It's not like world destroying ruinously bad like you see in a lot of things now, but it's just standard schlock horror movie bad that you see like all the fucking time. What movie was this? This is Chris Stuckman's movie, Shelby Oaks. And there was also like some stupid bits in there, like so like her sister was part of this YouTube channel called Paranormal Paranoids, which is like a really stupid name for a YouTube channel. And it's so stupid that even the fucking characters in the movie clearly are having trouble actually saying paranormal paranoids. The dialogue is not as cringe as I was expecting it to be, because like I was thinking of like that Notes from Melanie thing or whatever it was called, and that was really cringe and bad. The dialogue isn't as bad in this movie as it was in that. There's not really any character arcs. You don't learn anything about the characters at all. Yeah, like the story is not good, which is about what I was expecting. It wasn't like as ruinously horrible as I was expecting, but it was bad. And even like his friends are telling him that. Like Jeremy Johns made a video, and I would recommend the Jeremy Johns video. It's I agreed with basically everything that was in there. The one thing that everyone, including myself, can attest to is that for all of his faults as a writer, he actually does seem to have like a decent talent for directing. Because the direction was pretty good. It was solid. He did a really good job of getting good performances out of the actors. He did a really good job with darkness and lighting, because like you could tell that the monster demon thing was clearly just a guy in like a very cheap suit, and so he used darkness pretty well to disguise that without it looking like it was, without it feeling like it was intentionally trying to disguise that, you know. The soundtrack was pretty good. The sound design was really good. There's like some breathing in the background that like felt really, really eerie when I was watching it. So like as a director, I think genuinely he has some promise. But as a writer, he either needs to take a creative writing course to iron out his deficiencies in that field, or he needs to be like an ideas guy, kind of like George Lucas was in the original trilogy, and have someone who's better at writing come in and take the ideas that he has and make a good story out of that. Because he just doesn't know how to write very good. Overall, it's I didn't regret watching the movie. Would I ever go out of my way to watch it again? No. It was better than I expected. I thought it was going to be a lot worse. I thought the directing would be more obviously bad. I was kind of surprised to say that there's actually points where I think the direction is downright really good. It's just that the story isn't. I've kind of soured on it a little bit since watching it. When I came out, I was like, it's kind of like a 4 out of 10. Now I'm like, maybe it's like the high end of 3 to low end of 4. In terms of YouTuber projects, it's like, it's not good. It's definitely not great, but it's not as bad as I was expecting. It was like, eh. It was really. But, you know, if he can like have the humility to say like, I can't write very well, how about I like give a good writer my ideas and have him come up with something, or at least work with someone who's able to turn his story into something that works better. I think he could actually be like decently good. But, you know, not great. Not great. How does it rank amongst other YouTuber movies that you've seen? Huh. Well, the problem is that I haven't seen a lot of YouTuber movies. I guess it was better than that god awful. It was much better than that god awful Sonic movie that Doug Walker did. How does it compare to Fred the movie? Oh God. Oh God. I feel like my brain has a trauma response to that. I don't remember much of that movie, and I don't want to watch it again to answer that question. I liked it more than Drinker's short film. Cuz at least, you know, like cuz like I think the writing is about as bad as Drinker's short film. The thing that elevates it is that it had good performances, good acting, good music. All three of which were not present in Rogue Elements. Because the music in Rogue Elements was really bad. The acting was fucking atrocious across the board. And the directing was like also kind of stupid. So, I mean, Chris is better in those respects, but I don't think the writing is like I don't think it's better. I think it's like right around the same, but like for different reasons. Cause like the plot of Shelby Oaks like makes fuck all sense by the end of the movie. The plot of Drinker's film is not good, but it's easy to understand. It's more like the character writing is bad, and then there's like a whole bunch of stupid action scenes that don't really make much sense. Like when that one chick like gets hit by an RPG, like fucking tanks it and then is totally fine afterward. I think they're kind of both bad, but for different reasons. But I'll give Stuckman this. He's got an edge on like the directing, music, and acting part. Okay, I missed a few super chats. Let's see. Better or worse than... Oh, well, there's your answer, Joe Danger. Tell that to Zod's snapped neck. Still have hopes for Winds of Winter? I'm wondering if it's even worth reading a story that won't be finished since I enjoyed the first book a lot. Honestly, I would not read it. I would not read the series until all 7 books are complete, and I don't think they're gonna be complete. Like at this point, I basically am just waiting for the day that he dies and the books never come out, so I can just throw my Song of Ice and Fire books in a fucking Goodwill bin. Because like I'm not gonna reread a series that it just stops, and I don't think it's going to be. I don't think it's going to be released. What are your favorite bands that aren't Powerwolf? Mine is Fellowship, followed by Unleash the Archers. It's funny. Unleash the Archers is actually my second favorite power metal band. I got to see them open for Powerwolf last year, and it was fucking awesome. Great concert. I'd say some of my favorites, Gojira. They're definitely one of the top ones. I fucking love Gojira. Mastodon, I've really started to enjoy a lot lately. Agalok, they're fucking fantastic. Amon Amarth. A lot of death metal. Cannibal Corpse. It's funny, I have a Cannibal Corpse shirt from the last time I went to see them in Detroit. And sometimes I wear it around, and I am surprised by how many Cannibal Corpse fans are out there who like see my shirt and they're like, fuck yeah, bro. And they do like the devil horns and all that. I'm like, damn, there's surprising a lot of you. Glory Hammer, I love. My love, Glory Hammer. Marilyn Manson, really, really good. I'm just looking through my list to make sure I'm not missing any. Ooh, Shadow of Intent. I love Shadow of Intent. They're really great. Yeah, those are a few of my favorites. Have you seen Amelia Perez? I saw that really funny that clip from the movie about like the penis song or whatever the fuck that was. That was fucking funny as shit. But no, I'm never gonna watch that movie. Man to woman or woman to man. Oh god, if you haven't seen the penis song, you need to watch the penis song. It's funny as fuck. Is it better than the Stalker YouTube movie? Oh, the one made by like Wendigoon? I haven't seen it. I only saw the trailer. Agalok sounds like gobble metal. It's actually AGGO. Is it 2 L's? No, it's a G. Sorry. AGALLOCH. To my understanding, it's like a type of wood. It's really, really good, like kind of atmospheric black metal. I would highly recommend their, I think it's their second album. Yeah, the second full album, The Mantle. It's legitimately one of the best metal albums ever made in the history of the genre. It is fucking insanely good. My personal favorite is Ashes Against the Grain, though it's a little bit less accessible. But The Mantle is like fucking god tier excellent. It's fucking crazy. And The Shadow of Our Pale Companion is easily one of the best songs I've ever heard in my life. Speaking of power metal, with Powerwolf, my girlfriend was here for a little over a week and a half last month, and I took her to a couple concerts. The first was Glyph, Glory Hammer, and Ailstorm. That was her first metal show, and it was great, fucking awesome. And then we saw Powerwolf and Dragon Force. Oh my god, it's so good. Hearing Through the Fire and Flames live, it's so great. I didn't realize they were British. Maybe that makes me kind of stupid. Well, I've only really ever heard Herman Lee speak in like very rare interviews or whatever, but he always speaks with like a really heavy Asian accent, so like it didn't even occur to me that all of them are British, but yeah. It's great. And then I got my girlfriend hooked on Powerwolf, so she was pretty stoked. It was great. Both shows were awesome. What's a funnier song, the Man to Woman song from Emilia Perez or Have Sex song from Morbius? I feel like the Have Sex song from Morbius is really mostly funny because of Matt Smith dancing to it. Whereas the Emilia Perez song is funny because it's insanely stupid. I recently watched Weapons. My takeaway, this is what goes for horror these days. Okay, it wasn't bad, but I don't get the hype. I have not seen it, so I don't know. Recently, so this is both like a thing that makes me like distressed and a thing that also makes me say like, oh shit, I get to show you everything now. Think of all of the movies that Jay has not seen and understand that Jay has seen exponentially more movies than my girlfriend has ever seen. She has not seen fucking anything. Anything. So I've been trying to show her everything, essentially. I just showed her Alien and Aliens last week. That was really, really fun. Although I accidentally downloaded the 4K file for Aliens, and the 4K remaster of that movie is awful. God, all the AI smoothing and shit. Blech. Did you kick her? No, I can't do that. Has she seen Lord of the Rings? Luckily, she has. I was about to have a heart attack if she told me otherwise, but she has seen that. She only saw the first 6 Star Wars movies like literally 2 years ago. It's like, what the fuck? You've been around longer than me. How have you not seen anywhere? I mean, well, she has seen like every animated movie in like existence, but she's barely seen anything else. Has she seen Back to the Future trilogy? I think she's seen the first one. I don't think she's seen the others. Like, I went through 400 movies, and she had seen like maybe 30 of them. I only just showed her Gladiator. I only just showed her The Last Samurai. She loved The Last Samurai, which I was very happy about. That's one of my favorite movies. Have you shown her The Gray? Not yet. Has she watched Spaceballs? No. She hasn't seen either of the Terminator films. She hasn't seen Predator. I mean, just think of like most like movies in existence, and she hasn't seen it. On one hand, it's like, how have you not seen these? On the other, it's like, all right, well, at least I get to show her all of them. I showed her, so when she was here, I was like, all right, I get her for an extended period of time. I could show her as many movies as I can possibly filter in. I showed her the first 2 Dune movies since, well, the only 2 Dune movies, excluding the older ones, because we finished the book together. Last Samurai, Gladiator. What else did we watch when she was here? Oh, right. I showed her The Green Mile because the last time I'd seen her, I showed her Talladega Nights, and I was like, oh, Michael Clark Duncan, he's a great actor. And she was like, oh, what's he been in? And I was like, oh, The Green Mile. That's the big one that I know of. And I was like, okay, if we're going to watch The Green Mile, I have to give a palate cleanser after that ending. And then I showed her Hot Fuzz. Has she seen Jurassic Park? She has. Luckily, she hasn't seen the other ones. I told her that we're not going to watch them. God, I feel like there was another one, but I'm totally blanking on what we saw. I'm not sure. Anyway, Jaws, I think she has. I think she's seen that. I'm not sure. The list of how many movies she's not seen is so vast that it's actually like, it's easier to tell you how many movies she has seen. You said she's seen every animated movie. Does that include Alpha and Omega? I don't want to ask her that. I don't want to know. Oh, you know what's funny? So she's a really big reader too. When I first walked into her apartment, I was like, "Oh my god, I found my wife," and I'm not even memeing about that. Her apartment is filled to the fucking brim with books everywhere. And she's a big fantasy and sci-fi reader. And so we had both read Aragon when we were younger. And as a joke, like a couple weeks ago, I was like, "Hey, want to watch a horror movie?" And she was like, "Sure, what are we watching?" And I was like, "It's a surprise." And then I tricked her into watching the Aragon movie. And I hadn't seen that movie since I was a kid. I don't even think that she had seen the movie since she was a kid either. But holy God, that movie is way worse than either of us remembered it being. Like, there's no character development at all. There's a whole bunch of like pointless scenes of like, just here's some landscape shots. There's a lot of weird directing decisions. It's like nothing about it makes any fucking sense. It's so awful. Has she seen The Fly? Of course she hasn't seen The Fly. No, she has definitely not seen The Fly. You've never seen Shawshank or The Green Mile? You gotta see them both. They're both directed by Frank Darabont. They're both excellent. Those are like two of the top tier best Stephen King adaptations out there. Really, really good shit. The Thing. She has not seen The Thing, but I'm actually going to show her that tomorrow night. Saturday is our movie night together, so. Since it was October, I've been like, all right, we're going to watch a bunch of horror movies. Jeremy Irons was funny in Aragon. That's true. He was a lot funnier than I remembered him being. That one scene where he like flies through the air to kill the Razak. Or I don't even want to call it the Razak because that was like some weird fucking beetle creature. It wasn't anything like what it was described as in the book. Is she a furry too? She sounds like the perfect person for you. Well, first off, I'm not a furry. I don't consider myself one. Second off, no. But here's the funny thing. She also loves wolves too. Like it's her favorite animal. I walk into her apartment, she's got like wolf pictures on the walls, and she's got like this like placard in her bedroom, and it's like got wolf pictures on it, and it's like, Jesus Christ. Like I met this chick and we legitimately have like basically every fucking thing in common. We even have the same fucking favorite color, dude. It's crazy. Absolutely nuts. We both like we want to stay in like the same, or rather, let me rephrase that. Neither of us want to end up in like a city. We want to be in like kind of a quieter area. We both want to be near mountains. We both want to be in like a bit out of town, but not so far that you can't get back relatively quickly. It's like every fucking individual little thing, even down to like the I prefer cold weather. You know how fucking hard it is to find one woman anywhere who prefers cold weather? I found her. She prefers cold weather. It's great. Awesome. Is she single? Not no more, she ain't. Not no more. If you guys have wondered where I've been for the past 5 months, it's just been like, and I guess we can get into the reason why I have not, why I haven't been streaming, why I ended up taking down the old streams. Does she have a sister? No. She's actually an only child, so her parents were a little skeptical of me at first. They're a little bit protective of her, but they're coming around. Her mom actually invited me to Thanksgiving with them this year, so that'll be fun. So I met her in late February, and I've got to say it is the best relationship I've ever been in. Like, it's, I know that saying things are like perfect is like makes it seem like, oh well, there's got to be something, but like things are just literally like perfect. Like, is her mom single? Jesus. Everything, all we have like the same set of values. We have the same things that we want in life. We have the same, well, similar goals. We're both creative people. She's more of like a artsy. She likes to draw things, make sculptures and shit. She likes painting, whereas I'm more on the writing side of it. But we both have like artistic ambitions for our careers, and like the worst part is that, so I met her while she was going to school here, but she ended up moving back to Massachusetts with her family after she got out of school. And so like the worst part about it right now is that she, you know, isn't around enough that I can see her like every day. It's like months apart, and that's the toughest thing. But next year, so my lease is up in May, hers is up in April. And next year, you know, barring anything bad happening, and I don't think at this point that anything will, I'm going to be moving in with her. We don't know if we're staying, because she wants to stay in New England because that's where her family is. I don't have enough of a connection to Michigan to care, so I'm okay with moving out there. We're thinking maybe possibly Maine or Vermont, because I know she doesn't want to stay in the same area because she's lived there her entire life. But that's something we just got to look into. We've started looking into houses and stuff, but we'll figure it out. I'm actually going to be going there about a week before Thanksgiving, and we're going to see if we can get in contact with any realtors so he can look at some houses and figure out if we're going to be, or where exactly we're going to be moving to. It's hard to like put into words. Like, I am genuinely in love with this woman. She is the best thing that has happened to me in a very, very long time. We have so much in common that it doesn't even feel real sometimes. And when she came out here last month, she was just, you know, she was living in my apartment that whole time. So, and it was the first time I've lived with somebody since I moved out of my parents' house. And when she left, when I took her to the airport and saw her off, like, I genuinely was so fucking depressed when I got back home that I laid in bed and did nothing for the entire day. I was deeply fucking upset about it. I mean, I know that, you know, just something we gotta deal with. You know, long distance can be pretty rough, but when you finally live with someone and you mesh with them so well, and like just the little things like making dinner together or sitting on the couch and watching a movie. Shit, man, at the end of the night, we sat in bed and we read books together. It's hard to find a woman who even likes to read, much less someone who wants to do that. And, you know, when I got back home and it was really quiet because she wasn't there with me again, like, it fucking upset the shit out of me. And I found out very viscerally how she's been feeling every time I visit her and then go back. You know, it's a lot harder this time though, because it'd been so long. And when she was here, we did a ton of shit. We went up to Mackinac Island. I haven't been there since I was like 8 years old. Went to Sleeping Bear Dunes, watched the sunset there. I got a little bit of a it's fun for me because I was like, I got to look at her and be like, no other guy would have ever been able to give you this kind of sunset. Because Sleeping Bear Dunes is a different level of sunset than anywhere else. Went up north, went on a bunch of hikes, went to some cool, cozy restaurants, went to some bookstores together. It's funny. So Mackinac Island is known for its fudge, and we bought a few slices, and she took a couple home, one for her and one for her parents. And she got stopped by TSA over it. I guess they saw the box and they were like, "What's in this box?" And they like tore apart um her whole suitcase to figure out what it was, and it turns out it's just fucking fudge, guys. Jesus Christ. Um, and what really sucks is she brought her Switch with her in case we wanted to play video games. We didn't end up doing that. But we were just having a little bit too much fun going around exploring places. We didn't think about video games at all in that time. I barely used the internet at all, aside from like figuring out where we were going. And TSA ended up like taking the power cord, so she had to go buy a new power cord for her Switch when she got home. Fucking stupid. All over some fucking fudge. Jesus. Holy shit, you've been to the dunes? Haven't been there in years. Oh yeah. I wanted to take her on like the longer hike, but we just didn't have a lot of time, so we just went to like the big dune overlook where it like takes you right up to the top. But yeah, it's been really, really nice, and I'm gonna be honest, like I've not been feeling great this year. It's been more than this year. It started in 2024, really, and I've just been kind of shutting up about it. I didn't want to talk about it. Wait, why did they take the power cord? I don't think they meant to. I think they must have like taken it out and just forgot to put it back in. Um, but anyway, um, fuck, what was I saying? Jesus, I don't remember now. Shit. That's why I can't just stop in mid-sentence and look at a super chat. Or regular chat, I guess. You should show her the Gollum supercut? No, I don't want to show her that. I'm just not really. I mean, she knows I do editing, but like I just, she knows I do editing and she knows who I edit for, but I just kind of don't want to be a part of that, really. Oh, right, 2024. Okay, thank you for reminding. Um, I mean, my depression, of course, never really went away. It's and I'll be honest, it came back kind of with a vengeance, basically, since I started doing this. Because, like, I don't really enjoy being here, I guess you could say. I don't really enjoy what I work on. I do it because, I've been looking for years and I can't find a job that pays me enough to live off of. So I do what I can and I try to make the best of it that I can. But there's a lot of things about this that I don't like, which is why I haven't been streaming in a long time, because it was causing me to be really angry and depressed a lot of the time. And it's part of why the whole Shad situation happened. It's not that I didn't mean what I said about him, but ordinarily I'd be a little bit more careful about what I'm saying, how I'm saying it, and when I'm saying it. But I was not in a good mood, and so I said things that, while I don't necessarily disagree with, I probably should have shut my fucking mouth about and been a little bit more professional. And the reason I've just kind of stepped away largely is because I don't really like how it's been making me feel. And I was in a really bad place earlier this year. Like, I wasn't happy basically at all a single day. I was constantly stressed, especially when I was just doing editing and not at the shop, because I was working on videos that I didn't really have any enjoyment working on. I didn't have any creative interest in which I just felt depressed. I wasn't talking to people. I wasn't engaging with my friends. And because I live alone, like, the only people I get to talk to on a daily basis are my cats, who don't exactly talk back, or at least when they do, it's because they're begging for food. And I think the Shad situation is what really made me turn around and say, like, I need to separate myself from this. Because there were some like rumors about like what happened, rumors that like people kind of like made things up about. Um, I've seen some people say that like I was, for those of you who don't know, and I got to keep it vague because of the agreement I have with him. There was like this idea that Mahler told me that I can't stream anymore, or that he was the one who told me to make the community post that I did, and that's not true. I was the one who decided to do that. Because I was doing like just the mental math of it all, you know, and I could either fight it and have like some flame war with Shad, and make videos back and forth about it, and that just seemed like such a fucking stupid way to spend my time. And I would rather just swallow my pride and say fuck it, let's just diffuse the situation, because I may not have any liking for this guy, but like I would like fighting him for weeks or months on end a hell of a lot less. And maybe if this was like 7 years ago, where I was, um, where I was more combative with people, I would have fought it. But like, I, I just don't have that fight in me anymore. Not for that. I don't want to do YouTube drama shit anymore. It's just pathetic. It's a waste of my time. It's a waste of my mental energy. And at that time too, I was being asked by my girlfriend, like, hey, do you want to come out to Massachusetts and meet her family? I've never been asked to meet a girl's family before. Um, so that was a really important thing for me, because I really wanted to make a good impression on them. I really wanted to be like, yeah, I'm the right guy for her. And I was the first guy that she ever brought home too. So I didn't want to go out there and have that on my mind. I didn't want to go out there and have like the anger and the irritation of like fighting some stupid drama war in the back of my head. So I was like, I'm just gonna diffuse this situation, go our separate ways, just pretend he doesn't exist basically, and that's that. Because I didn't want to be focusing my energy on something negative when I should be focusing it on someone who means a lot to me. And I'm glad I did that, honestly, because I had a great time. I met her family. Her mom was super nice. Her dad was a little bit more curmudgeon-y, but I got him talking on cars because I work at a shop, and he actually has like a collection of classic cars. Like he has a 1975, oh shit, what is it? Monte Carlo, a 1975 Monte Carlo, and it's fucking gorgeous. Perfect fucking condition. Well, there's a little scuff on like the back end, but he was telling me like he's got to keep it there because that scuff proves that this is the original paint. He's actually got like a whole bunch of medals for it and shit. Because he takes it to car shows all the time. He's a big car mechanic guy too. So like, once I got him talking about cars, we actually had a pretty good conversation about that. And I guess I made a good enough impression that they were like, "Hey, do you want to come celebrate Thanksgiving with us?" And I was like, "Fuck yeah, man! Yeah, I want to do that." And then that kind of ties into why a lot of the live streams are gone. So the Gollum streams are still up because I raised money for that. That was one of the perks of funding the plushies. So I was like, okay, well, I can't take this down because I raised money for it. And I don't think those streams are bad either. So, keep it up. The rest of them I wasn't very happy with in the first place. A lot of them I felt like were not very good streams. They didn't have very good commentaries. and I didn't think they were really worthwhile. And there was really a question of if I was ever going to do anything publicly again, at least on EFAP, which is why other videos were taken down too that involved me or were like the Halo rant I had. There was an upload for that, and I took that one down. I even removed a bunch of like comments I'd made on the channel because I was like, I just want to remove the me part from this and just go back to being the guy behind the curtain and calling it good there. And honestly, like, I started off the year really depressed, just not happy, and separating myself from all of that, separating myself from how miserable I was and from the drama of it all. Because it's not even just like the Shad thing. There's been other things too. I guess there was like some EFAP fan account on Twitter who was like talking shit about some EFAP, not the hosts, but like the guests. And for some reason, a bunch of people thought it was me. I haven't used Twitter in like 4 or 5 years at this point. So I have no idea where anyone got the impression that I was the one who was running that account. And I started getting shit for it. Which is like, okay, so I'm getting shit on for an account I neither run nor even know about. And then there's other things. Like, for some reason, someone will, like, I'll upload a video onto this channel, and then I'll sometimes get comments from people that are like weirdly aggressive toward me, as though the opinions presented in the video or the title are reflective of what I think. And it's like, man, some of you people are fucking weird. Not the people in the chat, of course. You guys are cool. I'm fine with you. But, you know, there's some people that get, like, weirdly aggressive about, like, random shit. Like, I remember I uploaded this video on Andor. Great show, by the way. That fucking show made me consider Mon Mothma my favorite Star Wars character. Fucking wild. Anyway, I uploaded some video on that. I don't even remember what it was about. And I remember just having, like, so many aggressive, like, messages from people where they were like, there was like this one guy who was like hyper deranged about it, where he said something to the effect of like, I wish you were on Twitter so I could tell you what I really think about you. And I was like, what the fuck are you going on about? Like, how do you like type that out and actually think that you don't look like an insane person? It's not that it like really emotionally affected me. It was more just like I was just like, I don't really want to deal with this. I think I'm just gonna bounce. Did he call you a dingbat? What's a dingbat? I don't know. Was his name the Backseater? I don't know what his fucking name was. What is a dingbat? Hold on. Empty-headed or silly person. Oh, I thought that was like an actual animal or something. I don't know what his name is. I don't care. I'm not going to look. So I've just been kind of like taking stock of like, what are the things that like make me just like feel miserable? What are the things that make me feel negative? And I was like, you know what? Why am I wasting my time on this? I'm going to spend it on things that matter to me. And the thing that's like, that's really mattered to me, the thing that's like been... honestly, the thing that has prevented me from getting a lot worse this year with my depression and such has been my girlfriend. She has been like the most positive fucking thing for me that I've had possibly ever. And she's been keeping my head cool. Like whenever she's around, I feel like so much calmer and like less prone to getting angry about like tiny shit. Like sometimes if something isn't like working like the way I want it to, I get like irrationally angry about it, and that's a failing on my part. I need to get better on that. But whenever she's around, I'm just like, my brain doesn't even get to that place. And yeah, she has been the best fucking thing for me, and I'm so appreciative of having her in my life. And the reason I decided to take a step back and I haven't been around for a while is because I just want to dedicate my time and my effort and my energy to her. And now we're planning on moving in together next year. And more than that, like it's something we've discussed, but one of the things that like I really appreciate is that we're able to be really open with each other and say just exactly what we mean. No like tricks about it. No like guessing games or anything. And we're both in the stage of our lives where we're like, we're too old for bullshit. We're too old for games. We both know exactly what we want. Like I'm 28, she's 32. We There's no reason for us to be fucking around like we're like in our early 20s or anything. We both know that we want certain things in life, we have certain goals in life, and uh there is a very high chance, I'm gonna wait until we've lived together for like 3 to 6 months just to make sure that things, are good, because like you never really know how things are going to work out until you've lived together. And the closest we've come to that is last month when she was here for a week and a half. And that's fine. We did technically live together for a week and a half, but it's not like months. And so I think I'm gonna give it like 3 to 6 months when we move in together, but like we've discussed it and we're both kind of on the same page about it. And there's like a really good chance I'm gonna be asking her to marry me sometime next year. Like that's where I'm at. And I'm really, really happy about it. I've genuinely been so much happier and healthier for having her in my life. Um, and it's not going to be a surprise to her. I call her my wife half the time anyway. Um, After a year and a half, wow, it's a little bit quick, sure. Um, I think part of it is like there's the distance element to it, and it's like we both are. I mean, it's already a big deal that I'm moving out of the state that I've lived in for basically my entire life. I've lived in Michigan since I was 3 years old. I was born here. We moved around a lot when I was like really, really little, but then we settled down in Detroit when I was 3, and then I moved across the state my freshman year. So I don't know, a lot about New England, honestly. Um, I like the area she's in. We're not going to be staying in that area, but like we both kind of like we want to be near the mountains, so we're thinking like possibly somewhere in a relatively good drivable distance from the Appalachians. So that's why we're thinking Vermont or parts of Maine. And that's already going to be a big thing. Like I'm leaving a lot behind because I got a really, really good feeling about this chick. I'm leaving a lot behind. All my friends, my family, any support group I know, because I met who I'm pretty sure is my forever person. And again, gonna give it the time to make sure, because I don't want to like ask her to marry me like literally as soon as I get there, because you never know. Once we're in like the swing of like doing our jobs and like doing regular stuff together, who knows? Maybe it turns to shit. But I don't think that's gonna happen, because we've never even had the closest thing we had to an actual argument was a disagreement on How to Train Your Dragon 2, because I don't think that movie's very good, but she really likes it. That's the closest thing we've had to an argument ever. Um, just we're really, really healthy about like just saying like, hey, if we have a problem with something one of us is doing, then we we're really good about just sitting down and talking about it, because that's something that I've been trying to really avoid when it comes to how my parents talk. My parents are almost certainly going to be getting a divorce because they've been they've never been good for each other, if I'm being honest. They've always been fighting ever since I was a little kid. And I've always noticed like they never fucking talk to each other. They never fucking listen. And I don't want that to be my relationship with this girl. And she doesn't want that either. So we're both like, hey, we kind of just had an agreement from the beginning. Like, if you have a problem, just please, like, let's sit down and let's talk about it. And we have. And not that we've really had many problems at all, but like, we're good about talking about it. And so we don't fight about anything. We agree on so much already. There's not much to fight about in the first place. And then we have so much in common. We have so many shared interests. We both like video games. We both like movies. We both like reading books. We both like similar, or at least there's crossover with music. She's more on like the pop end of like what kind of music she likes, but she does like some metal. She already liked Nightwish when I met her, so I was like, okay, so it won't be too hard to get you into some of the harder stuff. Wolf is gonna leave her if she reveals that she puts in milk before the cereal. There is one thing. So, the last time I visited her, I actually got there before she did because she was at work. And I was like, hey, I'm probably gonna get there before you. So she left the key under her doormat, and I fed her cats for her. And they have like canned food, right? So I took out a spoon, I put it in their little dishes, cleaned it off, was gonna put it in the dishwasher. I opened up the dishwasher, and her forks are sticking with the pointy ends up. And I looked at that and I was like, no, we're gonna fix this right now. We are not fucking putting the forks in with the pointy ends up. And when she came back home, I was like, babe, we need to have a conversation about what you do with your dishwasher. And apparently she has actually like started putting it with the handles up, which is like, all right, I bullied my girlfriend into putting the handles up. Forks are meant to be pointy up. Well, I don't want to do that. Not if it's gonna stab my fucking hand to go pick it up. I've put them down my whole life, and I have never had an issue with this one. He said 28 and 32. Yes, the kind of arguments you get at that age. Yeah. I'm okay with that kind of argument. Not like petty drama bullshit. It makes it cleaner that way. I don't care. I don't want to fucking stab my palm. What kind of forks do you have? The ones that poke you if you fucking grab it by the pointy end. Besides, I don't want my handprints on the forks. I'm very religious about like cleaning shit constantly. If there's like even a tiny drop mark on my fucking countertop, I'm like, all right, time to clean the entire countertop. But yeah, I mean, in summary, for those who were wondering where I was and what I've been doing for the past most of the year, I've really just been dedicating it to my relationship and like really focusing on that, because that's the most important thing to me right now. And as angry as I can get, as depressed as I can get, it's been a lot better with her in my life, and I'm a lot happier with her because of that. We need to ask EFAP their fork dishwasher takes. TLDR, Wolf has a life. Shocking. Yes. Have you both watched Tim Burton's Sleepy Hollow? I know I haven't. I don't know if she has. I assumed work, but this is so awesome. I mean, work too, yes. I have been busy. But I could have made time for streaming. It's just like I'd rather be hanging out with her. So like every Saturday night I come home from work and then we have like a roughly 4-ish, maybe 5-hour call and we'll talk about things and watch some movies and TV together. You'll find this one funny. So I showed her Black Sails. That was the first thing I showed her when we met, and she loved it. And I was like, "Fuck yeah, awesome!" And she's like, "Hey, I recognize one of the actors from this show." And I was like, "Oh, really?" It was like the actor for Billy Bones. I don't know the actor's name. He's a good actor though. But she was like, "Yeah, we should watch this other show when we're done with Black Sails." And I was like, "Cool, yeah. What show is it?" It was Umbrella Academy. Oh. I've been nice about it. Tom Hopper? Okay. I've been nice about it. But my God, I don't like that show. I didn't know what to expect when I went into it because I had heard of it, but I'd never seen it. But there were so many things. We've only watched the first season and I'm already like not in love with it. There's so many things that happen in it where it's like, this is really dumb. Why did you do it this way at all? Like there's a point where like there's a character who's walking around with a stab wound for like half the episode and is just fine. In the last episode, there's a character who's in prison and then suddenly he's just not anymore. And then we're like, "Where were you?" And he was like, "In prison." They were like, "Oh, what? How'd you get out?" I don't understand. There are some ideas I thought was kind of neat, but like, I already didn't really like season 1, and apparently it gets worse from there. Getting into drama about things you don't care about is an easy trap for people to fall into. Glad you took a step back from it. Stay chill, brother. Yeah, that was a thing that I had such an issue with for such a long time when I was still on YouTube. Putting so much stock into things that people I don't even know and never would know what they would say, and it just wasn't worth my time. I'd get into arguments with people on Twitter that I didn't even fucking know. I don't even remember what those arguments were about. I remember, God, this is embarrassing. I remember there was this point where someone was accusing me of being a racist, and so my response was to go to my bookshelf and take down every author I had who I knew wasn't white, take a picture of all the books, and then send it to them and say, like, "See, I have a whole bunch of books from Black and Asian authors. I'm not racist." And now, when I think back to that, I'm like, that was the stupidest fucking thing I might have ever done. Why the fuck did I waste my time doing that? That is so stupid. No offense, Tumblr moment. Yeah. It's like, I know I'm not a who am I trying to prove myself to? That's dumb. That's so dumb. That is such a lame comeback. I know. I don't know why I thought in that moment that was going to be some gotcha. It's like, I think back about it and I'm like, oh my God, I was so cringe. So cringe. The I have black friends argument. Yeah. I look back at that and I'm like, why did I do that? And so it was just that question again this year of, do I really want to have a open war with another YouTuber that I don't there's nothing I could say that was ever going to change what's already happening with him. So it's like there's no reason for me to waste my time on someone like him when I would rather put that time and effort and emotional energy into someone I really deeply care about. And I'm glad that I chose to have that response because it wouldn't have been worth my time to get into YouTube drama. It wouldn't have been worth the emotional energy. Or just the fucking time it would take to actually do any of that stuff. And once I came to that decision, that was part of the reason why I was like, I'm just gonna step back from streaming too. Because I didn't want to I didn't want to risk putting myself back into that mindset, you know? Because like I knew then that I was not in a good mindset to be streaming. I was not in a good mindset to be putting myself out there. So instead, I decided I'm just gonna take the high road, swallow my pride, and focus on someone who matters a lot more to me. And I'm glad that I did that. That was the best decision I think I've ever made. So yeah, unfortunately those streams are no longer available. I did originally have them unlisted because I had floated the idea in the past of like making another channel to put streams on just to like not have it here and have it be my own thing, but you know, ended up not doing that, and then I just decided to fuck it, throw them out, whatever. So sorry if that's disappointing to anyone. The Gollum streams are still there. I'll keep this stream up too. I don't know. I might still do a stream on Halloween. I've always kind of wanted to do like a Halloween stream. I don't know what I'd play though. I mean, I have horror games, but I don't know what I'd play. I don't really want to play anything long because I don't want to do like a big like, oh, every week I come back and do another stream. I just don't have the time or the energy for it. So I'd rather just play it. Maybe I'll just do something like really short. Like maybe I'll play like I know Alien Isolation has like some of those like little mini modes, not like the campaign, but the I don't know what it called, that mode. But like you go on like one level and then you do some objective and that's like the whole thing. Because I definitely don't want to play Alien Isolation in full, because that's like a fucking 20-hour game. Or maybe I'll play Dusk. Dusk is pretty fun. It's not like scary, but you know, it's horror themed. And it's very fun to play. If you haven't played Dusk, you should play Dusk. It's basically like Doom, like the original Doom. But you can look, you know, up and down and all that, and really, really fast paced. Really, really pushes the pixel art style. It's fucking great. Play Bloodborne? I can't play Bloodborne. I don't have a capture device to plug into my PC, so I can't do that. Soma? Well, first off, Soma's long. And second, I don't know if I have the emotional energy to go back through the fucking Acres section. Like, I kind of wish that I was still on YouTube when I had originally played Soma, because you guys would have loved my reaction to that. Because I was so fucking terrified of Acres that whole goddamn time. Like, that first section where you're avoiding him and you gotta go through all those little rooms, like the sound design was like genuinely like panic attack inducing. When I got out of that area and I was going to that stairwell and then he runs down the stairs screaming, I shit my I didn't literally shit myself, but like I felt like I was gonna shit myself. Like I was so fucking terrified, and I was like, I get to the end, and then especially like the ending. The ending is so fucked up. I don't know if I have the emotional fortitude to go back through that game again. It's a great game. It's a really, really good fucking game. So if you haven't played it, you should play it. But oh my god, I don't know if I can go through that again. And then on top of that, it's like, because I know what happens, I don't feel like it would be as fun for me to talk about. Mostly, I mean, maybe fun for somebody who isn't me to talk about because they can go through all the analysis of it, but I'm not very good at that on the fly. Whereas if I had done my first original playthrough streaming it, I think I might have had more authentic reactions to it that I wouldn't have needed to like script out and think of. Halo 5, that's a scary game. Well, I don't have an Xbox, and Halo 5 is the only one that never made it to PC, so I know it's on Game Pass, like the cloud Game Pass, but the cloud shit fucking sucks. On everything I've ever used it on. I try to use like that PlayStation Plus streaming games thing. I have the best internet that Spectrum provides. I pay $120 a month for my internet. And I couldn't stream any of the PlayStation games without there being like a fucking 2-second delay. It was ridiculous. I can't believe it's that bad. I heard that the Nintendo one isn't any better either. Brian Reed gave me nightmares. You can play the Thing game. It's only 10 hours at most. That's the thing. I'm not going to be streaming for 10 hours. I don't have the mental fortitude to even do that. I'd rather just like, I guess I could play like the latter half of Halo. That's kind of horror. I could do that. Speaking of, I guess I may as well. Hold on, let me put the volume back. There we go. And you guys can just tell me if the volume's not good. Streaming may as well give you something to look at. I think part of the reason, well, the main reason I stopped because I was talking about all that, because I was like, I'm not good at playing a game and talking on the fly. Oh shit. Let me amend that statement. I'm not good at playing games. Why don't I just get in this? Yeah, I'm not good at talking on the fly, especially about, like, serious subject matter like I was going over, while also having to dedicate, like, you know, my response time. Oh, fuck me. Well played, Grunt. Well played. While also playing a video game, you know? So. But we'll just chill. EFAP length segue. More like a rags length segue. Gotta make sure you make it 4 times longer than it needs to be. Get fucked! Can you believe that it has now been 15 years since a Halo game has had a plasma rifle? This is such a cool looking gun. And 343 was like, no, we're not gonna bring it back. Instead they had, like, what was it? Like the plasma... No, the repeater was in Reach. What did they have? No, the storm rifle. Blech. God, the storm rifle looked so stupid. Wasn't as cool either. And then
Presence here is stronger than I anticipated. They seem to have the entire region secured.
Halo Infinite didn't even have the storm rifle. It brought back the carbine, but fucked it up. It made it a 3-round burst carbine. Who the fuck wants a 3-round burst carbine? And because it was like, they were like homing bursts, it like didn't even work as well. Like, oh, thanks guys, you fucked up. You fucked up one of my favorite guns in Halo.
Interesting. The weather patterns here seem natural, not artificial. I wonder if the ring's environment systems are malfunctioning. Or if the designers wanted the installation to happen.
Team 2 requests immediate assistance from any UNSC forces.
didn't think there were any human forces left.
Cortana to Fire Team Zulu. I read you. Fire Team Zulu, this is Cortana. Hold position. We're on our way.
Roger that. Make it quick.
You know, here's another reason why I think a Halo 1 remake is kind of stupid. There are, like, bits about the controls, for example, that are kind of clunky about Halo 1. The jumping feels really floaty. But, like, for the most part, this game aged really, really well. Like, a lot better than a lot of other games that came out around the same time. So, like, remaking this game, but being like, alright, we're gonna do it, but we're just gonna put Sprint in there. And then we're gonna take, like, the awesome 60-round assault rifle and just make it the 32-round assault rifle. Like, it's just, it's lame. There's no reason for it. This game has aged remarkably well. And the fact that, you know, they're like, alright, we're gonna put a waypoint for you to go back the same way you came, even though there's only one possible path you can take. Like, that hand-holdy bullshit. So hand-holdy that there's a fucking button prompt for how to shoot the gun. Like, I really can't get past that. Whoever pointed that out to me, like, thank you. Because I don't know how the fuck... I've never seen a video game do that. I've never seen a video game trust its audience so little that it felt like it needed to tell you how to play the fucking game on the side. Like, is there not, like, you could just do, like, you can expand the tutorial part in the beginning of Pillar of Autumn and be like, here you go, Chief, here's how you shoot your gun. Like, who plays a first-person shooter for any length of time and then forgets which button you press to shoot the gun? Like, that's ridiculous. That's like having a button prompt for jump in a Mario game. It's like, oh, the thing that I do for the whole fucking game? Like, come on. Very, very dumb. I mean, I wouldn't mind a little hand-holding in some of the more open missions. I get lost saving keys in the second mission with the Marines. I disagree on that one. There are some points that seem like a little bit obtuse, but like, I mean, granted, I'm also maybe a little bit biased because I've been playing this game for literally 21 years, and so I genuinely, like, it is so ingrained in my memory where everything is and where to go and what to do that maybe I have a little bit of a bias in this regard, but like, some of those waypoints, man, like, do I really need a waypoint to tell me to go back in the single hall direction that I've already been down? Like, that's ridiculous. I don't know. I feel like games used to have a lot more faith in the intelligence of the player. I found that the hard way when I was playing through those Tomb Raider remasters. Holy fucking shit, are the puzzles, like, really obtuse in a lot of areas. Tomb Raider 2 is straight up. It's like, holy shit, what do I do? And I hate having to, like, look up videos to be like, where do I go? I have no idea where I go. But there's a lot of points where I was like, man, I'm not smart enough to play Tomb Raider. Maybe that's why the new Tomb Raider games were like, alright, we're just gonna color the fucking things in the environment so that you know how to complete the puzzles. I'm the reason why Tomb Raider reboot was bad. I'm sorry. I will say this, at least. I do like those Tomb Raider remasters. They're a lot of fun. Have I played Expedition 33? I have not. That is something I'm interested in playing, but, right now I cannot afford it. I can especially not afford it because I missed 2 weeks of pay because of my leg injury, so... What the fuck? I'm sorry, I don't remember there being hunters down there. Like, ever. Am I crazy? Like... Since when are these down here? I don't feel like I've ever seen that. That's crazy. Your landlord pretty good not kicking you out? I mean, I paid rent. I just don't have enough for, you know, to buy a video game that I don't necessarily need. Besides, I could just wait for a sale or something. I have like 300 games on my Steam list that I haven't... I mean, a lot of them I have played, but most of them I have not. I was like... I did that How Long to Play, or How Long to Beat, whichever one it is. There's a website you can go to called... I'm pretty sure it's How Long to Beat. And it shows, like, the general length of time it takes to complete a video game. And I input every single game I own that I haven't already beat. And I have... Even if I played for 2 hours every single day, it would take me, like, a little over 10 years to beat all of the video games that I have. So it's like, I don't really need to buy any new games right now. Because I take so much advantage of those fucking Steam sales, you know? Pretty reasonable amount of time to play games. Force Unleashed? Oh, I've played Force Unleashed. Shit, that game was like my obsession for a little while. What? Oh, that's bullshit. I was even crouched. I recently actually replayed the Force Unleashed games. My god, Force Unleashed 2 is a bad game. I like how they didn't even bother putting the Endor DLC on PC. They were just like, oh, fuck it. Although I only recently found out that Force Unleashed 2 was made in like 9 months. When you put that into perspective, it's like, holy shit. I mean, it's not a good game, but it's way better than it could have been if it was made in less than a fucking year. It's crazy. I still can't forgive BVS Lex Luthor for using explosive Jolly Rancher to murder Elastigirl. I don't remember BVS, like, literally at all, so I don't know if you're lying to me or not. Wait, Elastigirl's from The Incredibles, right? I don't know. You know what's crazy is, like, Force Unleashed 2, like, you can tell how rushed it is because there's nothing in the environment. Like, one of the things I noticed right off the bat was, like, oh shit, like, the environments are all very clean and very empty. Whereas, like, in the first game, they were very cluttered and lived in. I mean, compare Raxus Prime to fucking Camino, and it's like, it's night and day. Camino looks like it was straight up still in, like, pre-alpha. And then on top of that, the story of it was fucking horrible dog shit. I'll never get over that fucking Dagobah level where, like, Rom Coda just brings up Dagobah for, like, absolutely no reason at all. And Starkiller's like, yeah, I should go to Dagobah for absolutely no reason at all. And then he does it. And he does it for, like, basically just to facilitate Yoda having a cameo. Because there's no reason to go there. It doesn't change his development throughout the story at all. He just inexplicably goes to Kamino for to Dagobah for no reason. And I always remember this quote from I think it was like Game Informer, where they like called it out as Yoda being like, yeah, he's basically there to be like an animatronic in front of a fucking roller coaster. And it's like, that is such a good way of describing that cameo, because he had no fucking reason to be in the game at all. And they totally fucked up Juno's character, too. They just made her into a fucking damsel in distress for no reason. She doesn't even have a fucking character in that game. Same with Boba Fett. He was like... I remember the marketing trying to make a big deal of him being in the game. I think he was more in the... I think he had a greater impact in the fucking... Jabba's Palace DLC in the first game that he did in the second. She was real to me. Those are some funny memes. Sam Witwer really went hard trying to make that game less shit than it was. I never bought that Starkiller and Juno had a romance either. I felt like there was something starting to bud there at the end. I don't think it was a big one. I don't really see why Starkiller's... That's the thing, I still don't know if he's a fucking clone or not. The game is very wishy-washy about actually committing to that position. Unless you play the fucking dark side ending, in which case it's like, oh yeah, he just was a clone the whole time. And it has nothing thematically to say about that whatsoever. So I don't know why Starkiller's clone would be so obsessed with her. Oh, that's another thing. Starkiller is like a code name worked in the first game. Because it was always like, Eclipse to Starkiller. There's some bullshit up ahead. Figure out how to deal with it. But then, in the second game, they're literally all just calling him Starkiller, and it's really fucking embarrassing. It doesn't work because it's like, that's not his name. His name is Galen Merrick. Just call him Galen. Like, fucking everyone knows. I mean, yeah, it was in the novelization, but like, everyone already knew. It was really, really dumb. So, having Coda try to be like, you know, getting him to like see the light and being like, Starkiller, you have to do this thing, and it's like, if you call him that, then it sounds stupid. Hell, if you really wanted to be like, oh, we need to establish that his name isn't actually Starkiller, you could have him like not have all of his memories, and then he asks Coda, and then Coda's like, your original name was Galen Merrick. It's like, it's such an easy fix. And one that doesn't require you having to, like, embarrassingly call him Starkiller for the entire game. Very, very bad game. Very bad game. But you know what isn't a bad game that I recently completed? After way too long. I 100%'ed the game. Ghost of Tsushima. I fucking really, really like that game. My biggest issue with the game, honestly, it took me 105 hours to 100% it. And got to the end. My god. The ending of that game is so fucking good. I loved the way that they just seamlessly integrated the theme into the greater plot. The final fight, I don't want to give it away for anyone who hasn't played, but like, that is like the most emotional final boss fight I have ever seen. And it has, like, you know, it's not an RPG, but it has, like, you can choose your ending. And it was, like, the first time in fucking forever where I was presented with option A and option B, and I genuinely was, like, very conflicted about which option I was going to go with. Because both of them would have fit.
The Covenant placed their tanks to
One fits Jin's character a little bit more, I feel like. Well, actually, I feel like they both fit Jin's character. He would have done the other one as well. For those of you that know, I chose the ghost ending, not the samurai one, because I felt like that was a little bit more thematically appropriate given everything that he does in the game. I didn't feel like he would choose the other option personally, but even then, it was like I was weighing the pros and cons, just sitting there like yeah, I can see this going either way. I think my biggest issue with that game is just that, like, if it was, like, 30 hours shorter, I would have liked it more. I felt like after a certain point, it was starting to overstay its welcome. Because, like, the gameplay's great. I love the world. Like, the world is fucking awesome. I was more attached to that open world than I had been with any other in years. It's probably, like, the most invested I had been exploring an open world since The Witcher 3. It was really, really good. The problem is that, like, at a certain point, it's like, okay, a lot of this is just, like, running around, picking up a bunch of collectibles that I'm probably not even going to do much with anyway. Like, if you cut this down by, like, you know, like, 25%, if we're counting the DLC as well, just, like, cut it down 25%, I feel like it would have been a bit stronger. I still think it's worth playing. I'll definitely replay it again someday. I 100% of the game, and I don't regret it. I mean, I got all the armor aside from the armor you get if you choose the other ending. But, yeah, I really, really liked the game. I was very impressed with it. I loved the story it told. It was very different from what I was expecting. And I loved the characters. My god, there were some bits in that game that was, like, genuinely heart-wrenching. The Lady Masako had such a fucking good story. Like, what a great side plot. So fucking good. And then there's that whole bit with oh god, what's the brother's name? The little brother. I know it's Yuna's brother. I just don't remember what his name is. Someone in the chat will know. But if you know, you know. Like, I was, like, distraught. The blacksmith guy? Yeah, that guy. I feel like it's right at the edge. It's gonna start with, like, a T. Tokahiro? I don't think... Well, maybe... Is that the... Taka, yeah. Yeah, if you have a PlayStation or a PC, because it is on PC as well, highly recommend Ghost of Tsushima. It's really, really fucking good. I do want to play... Because, like, right now, I don't feel like I have the time to invest in, like, big RPGs or open worlds. I want to play... Because the playthrough that I started with Ghost of Tsushima started in, like, fucking January or something, I want to say. And I only just completed it, like, 3 days ago. So, I want to play some smaller games that I can actually complete in a reasonable amount of time. Because, like, I'd love to play stuff like Baldur's Gate 3 or that Expedition 33 game or other things, but I want to play some like smaller ones just so I can like actually experience some more of the titles that I have. I've never played Shadow of the Colossus. I have the game on my PS5, but I haven't ever played that before. I'd like to play that soon, and I think Mauler said that's like an 8 to 10 hour game or something. I'd love to actually play the Half-Life games too. System Shock. I'd like to go through BioShock 1 again. It's been a really long time. Browse your massive catalog. Oh, I know. I've got a bunch of smaller ones downloaded on my PC right now, so. Don't do Baldur's Gate 3, you'll die before you finish it. Unfortunately, I gotta go. I got family and wedding stuff to do. However, I'm glad you're doing well, Wolf, and congratulations on the future wife. Thank you, James. Good to hear from you again. I probably won't be up too much longer either. 8 o'clock and I got work in the morning. Work at the shop, that is. Space Marine 2. Honestly, I'm not really interested in Warhammer stuff. Every time I've seen it, it just doesn't really look like it appeals to me. I'm sure it's a perfectly fine game. It's just like, it's not really something that I care too much about. What are your favorite Smash Bros. Character reveals? I don't really know much about Smash Bros. To be honest, so I have no idea what character reveals there even are. I mostly just remember like getting my fucking ass kicked in that game because I'm fucking horrible at fighting games. I remember when the Xbox One came out, I tried to get into Killer Instinct because I was like, ooh, I like that werewolf character. And I spent like hours in the fucking like dojo trying to understand all the combos and shit, and after a while I was like, I can't do this. This is a skill set I don't have. I tried, but I just couldn't do it. I'm not good at those games. Are you playing Silksong or not bothered? I'm not gonna play it. I don't care about it, you know. Let me rephrase that. I didn't really like Hollow Knight. It took me like 30 hours to finish, and I don't think I had fun for a single hour of that whole game. I didn't care for the world. I didn't care for the story. I found the combat to be really frustrating, and I felt like there were a lot of deaths that felt kind of cheap. I know I'm not very good at the game, but it's like, you know, even with like, because like I'm not good at any Souls game either. I'm fucking like, out of everyone on EFAP, I am the worst Souls player. I'm terrible at those games, but I really, really like them, even though I'm terrible at them. But Hollow Knight, like, I never meshed with it, and I know that, because, like, I watched Yahtzee's review of it, and he kind of echoed some of the things that I didn't like about Hollow Knight 1. And so, when he said that that Silksong is, you know, there's a lot of things in there that are kind of the same. Not that he was saying that Silksong was like a carbon copy or anything, but like, there's a lot of things in there that are like if you didn't like this thing in Hollow Knight 1, it's still there, and you're not gonna like it in Hollow Knight 2 either. After hearing that, I was like, okay, this isn't worth my time then. I don't want to play something that I know I'm not gonna like. I'm definitely not the target audience for that. You at least played them? Rags doesn't bother? I distinctly remember a time that Rags did play Dark Souls 3 on a mouse and keyboard. And from my memory, it went about as well as as you would expect from someone who tried to play Dark Souls 3 on a mouse and keyboard. So, you know. Play Sekiro. That's one that I have it, I played it. I didn't dislike it. But I don't know if that's a game that I will ever finish. Because I'm just so bad at it. Because it's a whole game that's based on the one part of Dark Souls that I've always been the worst at. In every single, in Dark Souls 1, in Dark Souls 3, in Bloodborne, and in Elden Ring, I've always built, I've had tank builds. So that I can, like, tank some of the hits, and then I use heavy weapons, and, you know, that's what I do. But I'm not good at parrying. I'm so fucking bad at it. And I've got, like, I think I got, like, 30 hours logged into Sekiro, and I think the furthest I've gotten is, when you get up to that village, and there's that one boss that's hanging out at, like, the top of that castle. I don't know what it's called. It's the point where you're on the rooftops and there's like some enemy that like screams that flies at you like a fucking torpedo out of nowhere. Whatever that place is called. So someone will know it. Yeah, the furthest I got was there, and I could never beat the boss. I don't know if I'm ever gonna beat the game. I'm just not good at that part, so... That may be another game I'm just not the target audience for. Have you played Shadow Warrior reboot games? I've never played even the originals.
It looks like the Covenant dug it up there in those rocks, Chief. We're totally hemmed in.
We need to get up this ridge.
Marines, hold your positions. We'll handle those guns.
Hey!
Below those stationary guns.
Affirmative. Holding position.
And at this point, it's gonna be a while before I go back to a Souls game. I'm all Soulsed out, really. It's fun. I like the games. But at a certain point, it's also like, man, I don't want to get, like, my ass fucked every time that I play a video game, you know? Sometimes I just want to, like, chill and have, like, a relatively easy experience, or if not, like, easy, like, a moderate challenge. Not something that's, like, gonna be kicking my ass for 30 hours straight. Sometimes I'm in the mood for that, but especially since, like, I went on, like, a Souls kick where I was, like, playing that almost exclusively, not just, like, FromSoft games, but even, like, Souls-likes. And after a while, I think I just was like, I'm tired of it. I want to play something else. So you're saying you've lost your soul? No, I still got that. I've still got that. My girlfriend can attest. I got something resembling a soul. I think, maybe.
Back me up. Careful. Could be anywhere.
Have you played Baldur's Gate 3? No. I haven't, but I want to play some smaller games right now. I also want to play Baldur's Gate 1 and 2 before I do 3. I know you don't need to necessarily, but I'd still want to. But I don't want to play any RPGs or open worlds right now. I just want to play some smaller games first. Because Ghost of Tsushima, that took me 105 hours to complete. And, like, it was a fun 105 hours. But it also prevented me from playing other games that I also wanted to play. So I'd rather dedicate some time to some smaller games that I can knock out a little bit faster and enjoy individually. Are you interested in Ghost of Yotei? Not really. I heard that Ghost of Yotei is like basically a one-to-one almost carbon copy of Ghost of Tsushima in terms of like its gameplay and its gameplay loop. And it's like, well, I liked Ghost of Tsushima's gameplay loop, but I also like spent most of the year playing just that. And I want to play something else. I don't really, yeah, and you know, if it's just like the same game but like with a story that's not as good, it's like, well, I guess I'll just stick with Ghost of Tsushima then. Because I heard that the story is basically like a bog standard, not very well told revenge story, which is like, well, that's kind of lame. Because like Ghost of Tsushima had like a really unique story with a really, really strong thematic core. I looked it up, and I guess so there were like 4 writers for Ghost of Tsushima, and only one of them came back for Ghost of Yotei. And then there were 4 other writers outside of that, so I guess like totally different team, unfortunately. And I'm just not interested. If it's just gonna be like a lamer story with the exact same gameplay loop that I just played, I'd rather just pass. Ghost of Yotei is written by the Dragon Age Veilguard writers? Are you sure? Have I played Jedi Fallen Order or Survivor? I've played Fallen Order. I don't really like that game. I have a lot of issues with it. Like, I don't think its story is very good. I found the combat to be really frustrating with those fucking... the excess of fucking animal enemies that were never fun to fight. Like, fucking killing spiders and beetles and frogs. Like, after a while, it was like, this is getting insanely fucking old. And then on top of that, the story just wasn't good. I bought Survivor on like a $5 PlayStation sale. So I have it, but I haven't played it. I don't know if I'm going to. Shit, what the fuck? I don't know. Is Jedi Survivor better than Fallen Order? Because if not, I don't think I want to play that. Just Fallen Order felt like a... It felt like a bunch of people who, like, wanted to make a Souls game, but didn't do it very well. So, like, most Souls-like, from my experience. Killed by grunts. In fairness, that was like 20 grunts. It's better and worse. Mostly worse? Oh. Not worth playing. I remember the memes about the facial hair. His facial hair does look bad, yeah. Yeah, maybe. I'm not really looking to play it anytime soon anyway, but I don't know. If it's in some ways worse than the first game, and I didn't like the first game, then I think I'm just gonna pass, probably. Somehow Jedi Survivor is around 150 gigs for some reason. That's a big issue with a lot of games. Way too many games are just these unoptimized piles of shit. They take fucking forever to make now. And then they run like ass. They all want to use that DLSS bullshit with the fucking fake frames. I always turn that off every time. It's always surprising going back to like some older games that you know are like really, really big. And then seeing like, Jesus Christ, this is like half the size of like a game that came out this year that's way fucking smaller. Optimization just isn't a thing anymore. It's really annoying. Jesus Christ! Well, I guess I can use my rocket if I... Why is COD or Assassin's Creed 250 gigs? Isn't COD partly 250 gigs because it forces you to install Warzone? You know, I haven't played a lot of Warzone because I don't really like it. But I saw this video that showed, like, how far it's degraded. It's fucking crazy. It's like every iteration of it somehow gets worse than the last. And it's like, why? How is it that the graphics get worse? How is it that the sound design gets worse? That didn't kill you? Holy shit. Do you guys remember when Titanfall 1 had 50 gigabytes of uncompressed audio files? It's fucking crazy. Like, how do you fuck that one up? Jesus Christ. Wait, for real? Yeah, I mean, it's not... I think the game was 50 gigabytes, and a large part of it was just a bunch of uncompressed audio files. And it's like, why the fuck? How do you fuck that one up? And it was Respawn, and they were like, they're known for, they did the original Call of Duties with Infinity Ward. It's like, you guys should know better. What the fuck happened? Titanfall 2 actually had good single player. I love Titanfall 2's campaign. And its multiplayer. Titanfall 2 is a fucking fantastic game. Hard to believe that's almost 10 years old and it has a higher player population than Halo Infinite. Like, Halo Infinite... So here's something funny. Remember when Halo Infinite came out and it didn't have Team Slayer? And the devs had to be bullied with death threats to finally put Team Slayer into the game? Or it was in the game, but it didn't have a playlist for it. Well, the player population for Halo Infinite is so small that they had to take out the Team Slayer population, or playlist, because they couldn't justify having it anymore. You can still play it if you do, like, the quick play option, but it doesn't have its own dedicated playlist anymore. This is the latest Halo game, the first time that a Halo game ever released on PC concurrently with console. And its player population is so low that Titanfall 2 is beating it out by like the thousands. Oh shit, I can't be wasting. Oh shit. Is there a... I need a fucking noob combo. There we go. Also gotta love that, they did that 10-year plan meme. It's like, Jesus, you didn't even make it half that length. That's crazy. How fucking pathetic. Speaking of the 10-year plan meme, I played Destiny 2. I didn't really engage with, like, the vast majority of it. I didn't bother with the raids or the dungeons or any of that shit. I just heard that, like, the final shape, my apologies, was really good. And I was like, you know, I was able to get, like, Destiny 2 with all of its DLCs up to the final shape for, like, $20 on a Steam sale. And I was like, fuck it, I'll do it. I'll just see. By the way, final shape was fucking abysmal. Oh, that's not the takeaway I had from it. So, I had played Destiny 1 pretty extensively when it came out, and then fell off around the time that Rise of Iron came out, because I didn't really like it. And then Destiny 2, I didn't bother playing when it came out. So I had to do a whole bunch of fucking homework because I didn't realize that they had, like, literally removed, like, multiple campaigns from the game. So I had to do, like, fucking 10 hours of, like, looking shit up to even know what the fuck was going on up until Shadowkeep, which is, like, the earliest expansion that it has. Shadowkeep wasn't very good, although I did like the introduction to the pyramid ships. That was pretty cool. Beyond Light, also not very good. I liked the... Is it Europa? Is that the planet? Or I guess that's a moon. But that's the location, right? I liked that location. The first one I actually enjoyed, though, was the Witch Queen. That was genuinely pretty cool. I loved the world. The story was really cool. I liked the Witch Queen as a character quite a lot. Really, really liked it. Was actually pretty impressed. It was like the closest that Bungie had come to actually feeling like Halo Bungie in fucking forever. And I was pretty stoked about it. Got to the end and I was like, that was great. What's next? What was next was fucking Lightfall. Holy mother of fuck. That was like legitimately the worst experience I've ever had with anything Bungie's made. It was like you go from like the darkness and the creepy, brooding part to the Witch Queen, and the seriousness of like, oh, this is actually the thing that like caused the collapse, to suddenly it's like this weird 80s bullshit with like these dude bro guys who ride on surfboards who have just been here this whole time and apparently were unaware of the collapse of humanity. It's fucking crazy. And no one had ever heard about this. Like, what the fuck? And then the campaign fucking sucked for it. The final boss was the most frustrating goddamn thing I'd ever fucking played. Because I kept getting knocked off of the ledges by those stupid... Not even the boss, but whatever those new enemies were from that DLC. And because whenever you got knocked off a ledge, there was like some cooldown to being able to use your grapple hook power, I could never pull back up. So I kept dying because of bullshit, because I kept getting knocked off of a ledge. It was fucking shit. I hated it. Absolutely despised that shit. Just saw the trailer and words cannot describe how much I hate the new UI and the constant waypoints. They think you are too stupid to even backtrack. Yeah, look at the gameplay. Someone in my chat pointed out that it has an RT button next to your gun to tell you how to shoot. My god, so bad. Did you play the campaigns on Legendary difficulty? I played, I beat the Witch Queen on Legendary. The final boss got a little bit tedious, especially since, like, if you die on one of, like, the fucking 6 phases, you gotta go all the way back from the beginning. And it was like, oh my god, this is irritating. Maybe it would have been better if I was playing with 2 other people, but I was playing solo that whole time, so... very, very difficult. I started playing Lightfall on Legendary, and I was getting too annoyed with it, so I just put it back down to normal, and I was like, you know what, this... I don't feel like doing this anyway. I don't feel like putting in the like, challenge of it. I'm basically doing it because it was basically my goodbye to Bungie as a company, because, like, I knew about, like, the Pete Parsons shit and the laying everybody off shit, and I was like, and the marathon stuff too. So I was like, all right, I'm probably never playing a new Bungie game again, and I'll just stick with, like, classic Halo. So going back to play Destiny 2 was like kind of my goodbye lap for Bungie. Then I get to the final shape. I'm in. I hate to say it, but I fucking loved it. I really, really liked it. I liked the level design quite a lot. I liked that it actually had fucking character development. And, like, the thing is like, I gotta put this into the perspective of, like, this is still Destiny we're talking about. So, like, it was good, but on, like, the Destiny curve. So, like, not as good as what Bungie has made before. But there was, like, that glimmer of, like, what they were always capable of there. And, like, I really liked the level design. I really liked the Pale Heart was really, really fun to play. That final mission where it's, like, you and, like, 11 other people going in to fight the Witness. Like, aside from the Witness's goofy as shit design, I really, really liked that. I liked the ending, generally. And I came away with it saying, like, God, why wasn't this what Destiny was from the beginning, you know? Like, everything before that point, outside of the Witch Queen, just sucked. And then the final shape comes in, and it's like, damn it, guys, like... And that's the worst part is I can never recommend the game to anybody who hasn't played it, because if you haven't played Destiny 1, you're going to be totally lost. And even if you have played Destiny 1, you're still going to be totally lost, because it removed, like, fucking 75% of the fucking story that used to be there. You can't play any of the seasons, so, like, you have no way of seeing Uldren Sov's character development turning into Crow. You have nothing from the Red War. It's just so stupid. And then, like, there's, of course, when it comes to Destiny 1, like, yeah, you can still play it, but you can't really experience it the way that it was meant to back when it came out, because the player population isn't there and it's not being updated anymore. Oh, shit. Crazy to think most of Destiny 2 is lost media now. I know, it's fucking... It's so sad. Like, that... I think that was the thing I came away with most at the end of Destiny 2, is, like, I was sad, mostly. Because it's like... I'm just seeing what could have been. What kind of game this could have always been. And I get to the end of it, and then I'm reminded, like, oh yeah, Bungie's basically a dead studio now. Because Marathon is, like, almost certainly going to flop. The people that made Bungie what it was, most of them are gone now. It's just not even the same studio anymore. So I had my final goodbye lap, I guess you could say, and then I uninstalled it, and I'm probably never gonna play it again. Because like I don't care about the looter shooter shit. I don't wanna waste my time on raids or strikes or any of that. I was only in it just to see how the story ended. Too many red flags in that 13 minutes of gameplay. I know, it's fucking crazy. Wolf, you're the man now, boy. Alrighty. I don't know how to feel about that, but I'm gonna interpret it as a good thing. Heart, thank you. Wait, they lost DLCs? No, they didn't lose them. They fucking deleted them. They deleted the main campaign. So the game, when it came out, was $60. And now it's free to play. And they deleted the main campaign that came with the game when you bought it for $60. So, and they also deleted DLCs, and they deleted all of the seasonal update content. So, like, people spent money on shit, and then without being given any option at all to keep it, Bungie decided to just fucking delete it. It's crazy. It's fucking crazy that it's even legal to do that. I don't feel like it should be. They flat out lost things like Red Lord, like lost the damn files. Oh, I know that. Because like they vaulted it and then they just like fucking nuked it all. They didn't bother keeping any of it. Because isn't it, there's some guy who's suing Bungie for the Red War having like been plagiarized from his book, apparently. I don't know how like accurate that is. Well, now I feel really stupid for wasting 4 plasmas on him. But yeah, there's some guy who's like suing Bungie for supposedly plagiarizing his book with the Red War campaign. And Bungie went into court with YouTube video recordings of the Red War, and the judge said, no, you can't use that because that obviously that could be just manipulated. You need to have the full thing. But Bungie doesn't have the full thing because they fucking deleted it. That's crazy. They're probably going to lose a plagiarism lawsuit, even if it wasn't plagiarized, because they fucking deleted their own content. It's crazy. What an insanely stupid fucking thing to do. Which is worse, Modern 343 or Bungie? I think Bungie is ethically worse. But 343 is worse in terms of being able to create a game. Because, like, at the very least, even at its worst, I can say that Destiny is, like, genuinely, like, a ruthlessly fun game to play. The shooting in those games is just really fucking good. It's really satisfying. It's really punchy. But 343 can't even get that right. So that's what they get for doing that. Yeah, that's like some cosmic karma right there. Yeah, at least Bungie can get, like, a playlist to work. Fucking 343 spent 6 weeks trying to figure out how to add Team Slayer to their own game. Absolute incompetence. Oh, fuck. What the fuck? What the fuck happened there? It looked like it bounced off his arm. I'll have to watch that later and see if I saw that right. UI limitations. UI limitations that they made. It was their engine. It was their UI. I don't get it. Like, I don't know why they didn't just, like, literally copy off of the MCC UI. Because while it's not the best, it's functional. Frankly, I don't know why they didn't ever keep the Halo Reach UI. Reach's UI was basically flawless. Really, really fucking good. Are you excited for Witcher 4? I'm cautiously optimistic. Not cautious for some reasons that other people are cautious, where for some reason people are like really like irritated about Ciri being the protagonist, which is so strange to me, considering that, like, I remember when Witcher 3 came out and there was talk of a Witcher 4, everyone was on the same page about Ciri being the next protagonist. So, like, seeing a bunch of people being like, oh, Ciri shouldn't be that, like, I don't know, that seems a little silly to me. I think the only thing that I have an issue with is that, you know, it takes away from, like, the choice ending at the end of the game. Because, like, there are 3 different endings. Oh, fuck. Not that, you know, there hasn't been endings that have been canonized before. I mean, there's technically 2 endings in every Metro game, but there's only 1 canon ending. So it's not that big of a deal to me, but, you know. I think my issues, the things that I'm cautious about come down to CDPR's record and the fact that they're using Unreal Engine 5. Because I don't trust anything that runs with UE5. I'm so fucking sick of that entire engine. I'm sick of, like, it making every single game ever look exactly the same. And I'm sick of dealing with the performance issues. But I'm also cautious about, like, CD Projekt Red and their ability to deliver a game that works on launch. Because, I mean, we all saw it. Cyberpunk 2077 launched like shit. And The Witcher 3, while not being anywhere near as bad as that when it came out, also famously launched like shit. So it's like, unless this game is, like, in perfect working condition when it comes out, you know, barring, like, a few just, like, you know, you're bound to miss something when you're making a big open world RPG like that. Barring anything like that, if the game isn't, like, as close to perfect as you can get it, then there's going to be issues. And right now, CDPR needs to re-earn my trust on that. But otherwise, I mean, I do want to go back through the Witcher books. Actually, just the other day, picked up that new Witcher book. My girlfriend wants to go through those books too, so we're probably going to read them together. My god, she's a Red Rising fan too. So, like, like, when I met her, I was like, so what kind of books do you like? And she's like, oh, well, have you ever heard of Red Rising? And I'm like, my fucking, like, second favorite book series ever? Fucking yes. So we're gonna do a reread of the series together in prep for Red God next year. But she also wants to read the Witcher books because I think she only read, like, the first short story collection. So we're probably gonna go through the Witcher books again, and then after that, I want to go through the games again. Because I haven't played the games since Blood and Wine came out, and I think that was in 2016. Shit, by the time I reread all the books and play through all the games again, the Witcher 4 might already be out. We shall see. Whoa, who's running this channel? Wolf. I thought you knew that, Dev. Well, I guess I don't know you, personally. Well, actually, yeah, now that I think about it, you might not know who I am. I was one of the original hosts of EFAP. I left years ago. No, I just do the side stuff behind the scenes. Did not know that. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, no, I work on EFAP movies and I run the highlights channel now. Why'd you leave? It was because of depression, anxiety issues. I wasn't really enjoying the whole podcast format. And, like, even now, like, I've even talked about it with Fringy, like, even just last night when we were talking about Shelby Oaks, like, even if I had stayed on YouTube, I would have eventually left EFAP. Just because, like, I don't want to talk about, like, you know, I don't want to waste my time watching whatever the new Marvel thing is that I know is going to be bad well before going into it. Like, by the time I left, I was already checked out of Star Wars. I was outright refusing to watch The Mandalorian. That was back in, like, the first few episodes when Mahler and Fringy were actually saying the show was good. How about how bad that went? But yeah. It's just not something that I'm passionate about, and the idea of constantly watching things that I know I'm not gonna like, it's just not something I wanted to do. And I needed time to work on myself and work out my issues, and while I can't say I've perfectly done that, I'm better now, at least to a certain extent, especially with my current relationship being a really good thing for my life. By the way, was a big fan of your old vids, Wolf. Hope you've been doing better. I have been doing better. Thank you. You see, listen to this soundtrack. Well, I guess I don't know how well you guys could hear it. Maybe you gotta boost your audio a bit because I did not do that. But you watch or you listen to this and it's like there's nothing like this on the latest Halo games anymore. We need more of this. We're not gonna get it though, because they keep hiring like guys who shouldn't be making music for Halo. And I hate to say that because Gareth Coker worked on Halo Infinite. He didn't do all of the music. I think it was like 4 different guys who did it.
Resistance appears to be increasing. We must be close to
But I love Gareth Coker's music from the Ori games, and so I was like pretty excited to hear his score for Infinite, and it was like kind of underwhelming. I feel like the direction that those guys were given was just like, hey, just remake Marty and Mike's scores. And like they did that, but it's like, but it's not as good because you're just remaking something that someone already did. May as well just hire Marty back. He outright offered. Oh, well. Introduced through EFAP from Sargon a few years back. Missed all the old stuff. Ah, okay.
analyzing. This must be the control room. Subtle. The entrance to
No!
the control center is at the top of the
No!
structure.
You bastard.
I should be able to
No!
get
What the fuck? That almost never happens. Holy shit. I'm so accustomed to just running right over to the Banshee that, like, I don't remember the last time I've ever had that happen. Holy shit. I'm so accustomed to that not happening, in fact, that, like, I don't even remember the last time I've ever played through the ending of this level in full. Because I always just grab the Banshee and head straight over to the control room. Because, I mean, I like this level, but it definitely gets extremely tedious going through these rooms over and over and over again. What do you think about Halo being on PlayStation? I don't really care. The way I see it is, like, it's obviously just Microsoft's extremely pathetic attempt to try and make a few more bucks off of a franchise that they've basically killed. Because Xbox as a brand is done. It's so insane thinking that the 360 was, like, at the top of the world for such a long time. And then, out of fucking nowhere, they're just like,
this must
alright, yeah, well, it's dead now.
subtle. The entrance to the control center is at
You motherfuck! Oh my god. How is this happening? I hate it when they laugh at me like that. It makes me want to punch them. The game is working against me. I just do the Banshee grab at the first pair of bridges and skip like 85% of the level. I never thought about that. I've never tried that. I've always tried, if I was speedrunning it, I would just do bridge fall. Well, at least I would spend 7 minutes trying to do bridge fall, and then finally accidentally make it work. I feel like the only Halo game I consistently, like, actually tried to speedrun is Halo 2. But only if I'm playing Legendary. And the only reason I do that is because Halo 2 fucking sucks on Legendary. And the only reason you should ever play it on there is just to get the achievement.
analyzing.
I'm sorry, was that rock not smaller? But am I losing my mind?
The entrance to the control center is at the top of that pyramid structure. Bring me up there and I should be able to get us inside.
Oh, he might be too retarded to get into the Banshee. Haha. There we go. Halo is on PlayStation. The shitty remake they're doing is going to be on PlayStation. So, doesn't really mean a whole lot when that's the thing that they're advertising. Do I play autistic games like Sonic the Hedgehog? I cannot say that I do. Or I guess I don't play Sonic. I don't know. What are some other autistic games? I guess I need some examples. Maybe I do. Does Pac-Man... Do the Pac-Man World games count as autism games? Because Pac-Man World 2 Repack came out, and that was like one of my favorite games as a kid, even though I was really consistently bad at it and never actually beat the game. I had a lot of fun replaying that. No! You cunt. Oh, shit. Motherfucker. I think that happened the last time I played this level, too. Play Castlevania? I have those like collections of like the Castlevania games, but I haven't played them yet. It sucks that like you have this massive collection of them and then the one that everyone talks about all the time, Symphony of the Night, is not on there. Not on any of them. Wolf, I like how we all accept Sonic as being autistic. Well, to be fair, I wonder how much Sammy Classic Sonic fan has to do with that.
This must be the control room. Subtle. The entrance to the control center is at the top of that pyramid structure. Bring me up there and I should be able to get us inside.
Was Sammy Classic Sonic fan, like, legit? Was he, like, actually that retarded, or was that, like, a bit? Because I feel like... Wasn't he trying to claim he was 14 when he was clearly, like, an 8-year-old? I feel like that's a lot of dedication to the bit. Or Christian. Yeah, that's true. How can I forget about Christian? Oh man, are you guys ready for the Banshee to look shitty? Because 343 for some reason always makes the Banshees look stupid in their games. What the fuck? When? I've never had a hunter come out here while I was flying the Banshee. Oh, speaking of, look at this shit. Ugh. They literally just asset flipped the Reach Banshee and put it into here. And it doesn't look good at all. This is so much better. The Reach Banshee worked for the game that it was in. It does not work here. 343 made Covenant gear and vehicles way too human-made. They made them sound too human-made, too. That's something that I hate about Halo Infinite. That, like, you can hear the plasma pistol shooting at you, and it just sounds like regular bullets. And it's like, it's fucking... It's the plasma pistol. Give me my fucking... silly, goofy cartoon pew-pews. I feel like 343 is embarrassed by the idea of, like sci-fi world against aliens and shit. Like, they find the Covenant to be, like, this thing that they don't actually like and want to deal with, which is why they're always trying to come up with something else, like the fucking Prometheans. It was so funny that, like, the Prometheans were just, like, abandoned in Halo Infinite. They weren't even mentioned afterward. Like, just actually pathetic. Just like, hey, remember this enemy faction we spent, like, way too much of the previous 2 games fighting? Yeah, they're just gone now. Why? I don't know. Shit, they were even in those spin-offs, or at least one of them. I don't think they were in the first Twin Stick one. I think they were in the second one, though. Thank you for the money, Tyler. Infinite abandoned a lot of things. That's true. Man, remember when they brought the DMR back and they were like, what if we don't give it the scope? It's like, what the fuck's the point of bringing the DMR back then? And then they called it the Bandit Rifle. Like, shut the fuck up. Call it the DMR, you pussy. It's like renaming SWAT to, like, Tactical Slayer. Like, shut up! It's SWAT! Why do you have to take everything and make it worse because you think that you're better than the original? Alrighty. Or replacing the shotgun with the bulldog. I'd rather have the Halo 4 and Halo 5 shotgun than the one that they gave us in Infinite. The one they gave us in Infinite is so generic and stupid looking. Like, people harped on, like, Infinite being, like, a return to form, a return to the original art style, and then totally ignore the amount of things that they completely changed for absolutely no reason at all. Irritates me a lot. I also don't like that they brought back the Halo Reach assault rifle. I thought the whole point was that that was supposed to be like an experimental rifle. Which, I mean, causes consistency issues with Reach anyway. But like, it's supposed to... Isn't it supposed to look intentionally like a prototype, not like the full thing? And having like the consistency of Halo 1, 3, 4, and 5 all having the same style of assault rifle, and then Infinite is just like, all right, here's the Reach one. I don't like it. 343 leaned so hard into the cringe theater kid dork on funny grunt dialogue. I know, and it wasn't even good. To my understanding, Joe Staten, like, pushed for that because, it was just, like, too grimdark and serious. Which I do believe. 343 was always too grimdark and serious. They always take themselves so seriously, and it's never, like, good. But, those, like, propaganda towers, not only did they not really make a lot of sense contextually, but, like, I don't think they were very good. The only good thing about Infinite was the grappling hook. Yeah, I did like that a lot. And I also really liked the ability to throw fusion coils and all that stuff. It's too bad that it was in Halo Infinite that it happened.
Covenant forces in the vicinity have been eliminated. Let's move on to Halo's control center.
Covenant dance intensifies. Ah, I love this song. How do you feel about parrying being in every game? I'm getting tired of it, man. Not just because I'm not good at it. Like, I was fine enough when I was playing it in Doom the Dark Ages, but like, God, I'm tired of it. It's in too much. Speaking of, I guess I haven't really been paying attention to what people think about it, but like, does anyone feel like Doom the Dark Ages was kind of lame? Like, kind of, like, extremely lame? I feel like there was nothing about it that I really particularly liked. I had this this issue with the game where I was halfway through it and I was like, is the game almost over? Because this is taking fucking forever. Yeah, it died off fast. Didn't play Eternal either. I liked Eternal. I mean, I had issues with it, but like, the Dark Ages, like, I couldn't even tell you what the fuck was happening in that story. I was so confused by all of it. I don't know why they decided to start jam-packing so much lore into it that I don't care about. It's like, dude, I only want to kill things. Like, I don't care about your fucking gay lore. Maybe if it was conveyed in a way that was, like, less cringe, then I would be more open to it. But, like, it's always conveyed in, like, this... In the case of Doom Eternal, it was conveyed in this way that was, like, it was supposed to be really funny, but it was, like, not funny at all and was mostly just extremely irritating. Like, you remember when the first gameplay reveal of Eternal came out, and there was that hologram lady saying, like, don't call them demons, call them mortally challenged. And everyone was like, oh, this is so funny, it's really taking it to those libtards who are offended by everything. And then the game comes out, and they use that same joke like 86 fucking times, and every time it gets less and less funny. It was like, okay, guys, it was like kind of funny the first time. It's not funny at all when you keep doing it over and over and over again. Because, like, I thought the whole point was that the demons were supposed to be scary, and then you turn them into, like, a fucking joke in Doom Eternal. I really didn't like the tone of that game. I loved the gameplay, like, the actual shooting and, like, making the guns, like, have their own specific uses. I enjoyed the hell out of that. I really, really liked that. It made the gameplay way more dynamic, and made me start using guns that I would typically not really use that much. It's just I thought the tone and the story were way the fuck off. But then Doom the Dark Ages is like really grim, dark, and serious, and it's like trying to tell like this story about like a medieval like war in hell or something, and I was like, I don't care at all about this. And then fucking like Cthulhu shows up or something. There was way too many levels. I don't feel like the game had to be even half that long. The big mech sections fucking sucked. I didn't mind the dragon sections, but they were kind of like thin. Like there wasn't a lot to do outside of like, you know, dodge this way, dodge that way, make an attack, and then land so you can do, like, the actual shooting stuff. I didn't even feel like the level design was all that interesting. Like, I routinely forget that I even played the game, and I'm pretty sure I 100%ed it. Like, I'll look at my Steam list, and I'll see it there, and I'll be like, oh yeah, I forgot that I played that. And that came out this year. What is this autistic walking back and forth? Because if I open the door, then it becomes a cutscene, and then I have to like not talk. And honestly, I'm probably about to end the stream. It's been going on way longer than I expected it to. I thought I was gonna be here for like an hour and a half. It's been almost 4. But yeah, I mean, the gameplay was fine. It worked. It was functional at launch, but like, I don't know, I feel like Doom the Dark Ages had like something missing in it. I just didn't enjoy it really at all. And you don't want Covenant Dance to end. That's true. Covenant Dance should just stay going for the end of time. When the Earth is consumed in the sun as it expands and turns into a supernova, I think that someone should play this song as the Earth burns to a crisp. Did he say for sure that all the unavailable bits are permanently deleted? I did indeed. I do not have them anymore. Sorry to say it, but yeah, yeah, you can go back to go back like a couple hours and I explain it, but yeah, I don't have them anymore. Let me make sure that I didn't miss any super chats, and then Halo was dead when the Forerunners became a separate species. I don't think that's the thing that killed it, but I mean, I do agree that that was the inciting, or that was in the game that killed Halo. To my knowledge, the second Ghost of Tsushima game was written by the writers of Dragon Age Veilguard. Still hope that game doesn't turn out too bad. Actually, yeah, I wanted to look this up. Hold on. Let's see. Dragon Age Veilguard wiki. Then Ghost of Iote wiki. Let's see who the writers are. Oh, it only shows one writer for Dragon Age. Hold on, maybe there's a Dragon Age Veilguard. Would this have an IMDb? Probably not. Oh, it does. Okay. All right, let's see. Who are the writers? Oh, okay. Okay. How about I look up the Ghost of Yote? IMDb. And we shall compare. Okay, so Dragon Age the Veilguard. The writers are okay, is this Brienne bitch? I probably shouldn't say bitch. Is this Brianna woman there? No. John Dombrow? Yes. Sylvia Fekka. I'm not even going to try that one. No. Mary Kirby? No. Lucas? No. Patrick Weeks? No. Courtney Woods? Yes. Okay, 2 of the Dragon Age Veilguard writers are the Ghost of Yote writing. Ian Ryan is the only one who came back from Ghost of Tsushima. And then there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So of the 8 writers, 1 of them was attached to the first game, and 2 of them were on Veilguard. The others, I don't know what they've done. So I don't know if we can really attribute all of it to the Veilguard writers, since there was seemingly 5 other people we can't account for who also seem to not be good. I haven't played the game, and I'm not really interested in it right now. So I can't really speak to it. You'd probably have to go to someone else who's actually played the game to get like a better review of it. But yeah. Guess that's that. Okay. Oh shit, I think thoughts on the YMS recent incident. I have heard like down the grapevine some like the gist of what happened. I don't want any part of that, man. I don't want I don't know. I'm trying to stay out of YouTube drama and just I don't want to deal with any of that. That looks like something stupid that I don't want to get into. And if it comes to like fucking advocating for something disgusting that's gross, I don't want to do it. I'm just gonna stay on the sidelines and be like, yeah, I'm just gonna play video games and read books and hang out with my girlfriend. I don't feel like getting into like the question of if dogs can consent or not. Like, ugh. I don't want to poison my mind with the idea of like what even the fuck that would be. I have better shit to do than that. But anyway, yeah. It was fun playing Halo, the good Halo. It was not as much fun, but at least cathartic for me to rant about the remake of a game that's also going to be bad, just like every other fucking thing this studio does. Yeah. It was good to talk about what's been going on in my life and how things are going. I will say I don't know. Like I've talked about it earlier, but I don't know how much, if at all, I'm going to be streaming in the future because like I said, a lot of the things that were going on was because of how this whole thing was making me feel, and I don't want to get back into that mindset. So, maybe one day I'll have the inspiration to come back on here, but right now there's no plans on me doing any streaming in the near future. But there you have it. Good talking to you guys. Thank you for the generous donations. And yeah, I guess I'll see you when I see you. Later.